Thank you. Please be seated. Council's in session. Pardon? Oh. Now, please be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. This meeting of Ajax Council is being held in a hybrid meeting format with virtual and in-person participation by members of the public, staff, and council. This meeting is also being live streamed and may be viewed online at ajax.ca/live. A friendly reminder to all participants, please use your microphone at all times for the benefit of those participating in council chambers and joining remotely. We want to land acknowledgement. I'd like to begin this meeting by acknowledging the land in which we gather is situated within the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas, more specifically the Mississaugas of Scugog Island, First Nation, signatories of the Gunshot Treaty of 1788 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. This land is and will continue to be home to the Indigenous peoples. Let us acknowledge the mistakes and traumas of the past through authenticity and support truth and reconciliation. Let us engage and celebrate Indigenous communities by being leaders of action in acknowledging the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations towards truth and reconciliation. Let us keep these principles close as we continue towards truth and reconciliation and as we move forward with kindness and respect as a community. Thank you. Does any member of council have any disclosure of pecuniary interest on items on today's agenda? Hearing, seeing none. I need adoption of the minutes. Moved by Councillor Crawford, second by Councillor Bauer, that the following minutes of previous council be adopted. The regular meeting of May 20th, 2025 and the closed meeting of May 20th, 2025. Questions on the minutes? Hearing, seeing none. Please open the vote. Those in favor? And that carries. To the clerk, this is question period. Was there anybody registered to online for questions on the question period? Does any member of the public have any questions on today's agenda? Okay, hearing, seeing none. Moving on to delegations and presentations. Our first delegation, Durham Greener Homes Program Enhancement, Shannon Logan, Policy Advisor of Sustainability of the Region Municipality of Durham, and Ian McVeigh, Manager of Sustainability of the Region Municipality of Durham. Please come forward. Oh, we're online.
Hello.
Shannon, is Ian with you?
Yes, Ian is joining virtually. I'm delivering the presentation and we'll both jointly answer questions.
Okay, please go ahead when you're ready. I believe delegations have, from the region, have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I was under the assumption it was 10 minutes.
They say you were told 5, but go ahead and we'll see where we get to.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Can everyone see my slides? I'm assuming yes. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Shannon Logan. I'm a Policy Advisor of Sustainability with the Region of Durham, and I'm joined by Ian McVeigh, the Manager of Sustainability. So today I'm going to present the strategic updates to the Durham Greener Homes program that were approved by Regional Council this April. So just as background, the Durham Greener Homes program was launched in 2022 by the region, working with the local area municipalities and program administrator, Windfall Ecology Centre. The program helps Durham homeowners navigate the process of making home energy retrofits to reduce energy use and costs. And they get access to a free home energy coach who helps at every stage of the process. So how to get an energy audit, available incentives, and how to access preferred lending rates that are available through the program's financing partners. There's been a lot of interest in the program, with over 2,000 homes enrolling and 160 homes completing deep home energy retrofits to date. And in Ajax, the number of households participating is 327. Energy coaching services with Windfall have been very popular, with close to 1,400 calls and very positive ratings. These are having a measurable impact, with participating homes seeing 40% greater emissions reduction than the average home retrofit. And people have concerns about how to find a qualified contractor or auditor. And Windfall offers free expert and neutral advice on where to find those, how to get quotes, and they'll even review quotes if residents have questions. We saw an increase in enrollment following the launch of the virtual home energy assessment tool. So Durham residents can look up their address, and the platform generates retrofit scenarios which help people decide which retrofit would be better for their home. So despite these successes, we continue to strive to improve the program with two major enhancements listed here on the slide. The first is weather-ready home renovations, helping residents proactively reduce the impact of extreme weather like heavy rains, heat waves, and wind. The second is a new municipal loan financing offer to help address upfront cost barriers. So together, these improvements to the program are designed to increase affordability and livability and provide residents with a voluntary, affordable option to help reduce monthly energy costs and prevent potential damage that they would have otherwise had to pay for. So I'm going to walk you through both of those enhancements, starting first with weather-ready services. So just as a bit of context, pulling the costs of extreme weather into perspective, Insurance Bureau of Canada released that in 2024, it was the costliest year in Canadian history for the insurance industry, with 273,000 claims across Canada, totaling over $8.5 billion in insured losses. So we're seeing these impacts firsthand in Ajax and across Durham, with ice storms this year, heat waves like we're experiencing now, flooding, and extreme wind events. So all of these point to the need to work directly with residents at the household scale to help reduce weather-related risk and prepare for these events should they happen again. So there is funding available to do this work. The federal government has provided the Federation of Canadian Municipalities with $530 million for municipal climate change resiliency to be delivered through the Green Municipal Fund in support of the National Adaptation Strategy. So this new local Leadership for Climate Adaptation initiative will have a financing adaptation stream launching this fall that will support new municipal financing models, specifically municipal loan programs for retrofits on private property. So we're looking at leveraging this opportunity for municipal lending. Although the Durham Greener Homes program coaching services and rebates have been very successful, there's been very little uptake on the preferred rate loan that was offered through our financing partners. So the rates just have not been competitive enough. There is precedent around municipal lending. In 2009, the region created a basement flood loan program for residents who have experienced basement flooding due to sanitary sewer backup. And we're looking at the local improvement charge financing, or PACE financing, which has gained a lot of traction across Ontario. So this is a model enabled by the Municipal Act that allows municipalities to provide a direct loan to homeowners to undertake energy and water retrofits. So this loan's tied to the property, and it's repaid through an additional line on the tax bill. And there's several successful examples across Ontario, like Ottawa, Kingston, and Toronto, where this is being implemented. So this slide outlines the goals and outcomes and policy drivers that really frame up this work and what we've been working with the local area municipalities and conservation authorities on to develop. This initiative is being driven by the region, so responding directly to council direction and recommendations of the region's adaptation plan that was approved in 2016. And it also supports Ajax risk and resilience plan that was recently updated. So this program will allow the Durham Greener Homes program to go beyond energy and help homeowners with increased awareness of weather-related risks, help them create weather-ready improvements on their home, and reach those that are most at risk. So we want to work with industry like contractors and landscapers to support skills building, and we want to integrate with other public-facing programs like emergency preparedness, flood communications, and public health programs. So these services will be integrated into the existing Durham Greener Homes program that is delivered by Windfall Ecology Centre, and take a resident-centered approach and support them through the whole process. So I'm going to walk us through each of the program components. Residents will be able to book a home resilience assessment, and a weather-ready coach from Windfall will come to the home and recommend how to reduce the risks of basement flooding, extreme wind, or heat, and consider supportive nature-based solutions like landscaping and tree planting. And residents will be given a report, suggested next steps, resources, and referrals to partner programs. Pending securement of additional funding or local or municipal support, we'd like to offer incentives to reduce barriers. We're proposing 3 targeted incentive streams shown here on the slide. So the first is a range of rebates for all homes. The second is direct install of a bundle of simple measures for income eligible homes. And the third is rebates for low-rise multi-unit residential properties, starting with social housing. So residents will also have access to financing through the municipal loan program for bigger projects that are not covered by the rebates. So these are examples of the rebates and incentives we're looking at. These have a proven impact on reducing risk, have very broad appeal to the building stock in Durham, and will just be enough to help the homeowner do something they may not have otherwise done. So these layer onto other incentives for energy retrofits that are already covered by the existing Durham Greener Homes program. Communication and engagement will be really key to building program awareness here, and also education and skills building for residents. So we're working with local and municipalities on identifying target communication areas of higher risk or vulnerability, where we will do additional marketing and community partnerships to extend the reach of the program. We're collaborating with landscape and building associations to support their roles as agents of change, and exploring how the program might help connect qualified installers with residents. So that might be along platforms for referrals, or working with an association on a vetted list of contractors, like Landscape Ontario's Fusion Landscape Professional. We're also working with the Institute for Catastrophic Loss Reduction on a pilot incentive for Durham roofers to increase wind resilience of their roof replacement projects. So next, following regional council approval back in April, our next steps on this are negotiating with Windfall to integrate this into their existing program, designing program details with local or municipalities and partners, and applying to FCM for funding when it becomes available later this year. So the intention is to launch the updates this year and fully by next spring. And I'll just end briefly with an overview of the municipal loan program supporting financing of the home retrofits. So the loan will support a full range of climate action at home, including weather-ready adaptation measures to increase preparedness, as well as energy efficiency mitigation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And the loan will replace the previous Durham basement flooding loan programs, and utilize the local improvement charge model enabled that I had mentioned earlier. So the loan will be facilitated directly by Durham Region. It will support small and large projects, be valued up to 10% of the home or $125,000, and have a low or zero interest rate. There will be a pre-qualification process where the region will verify utility and tax payments are in good standing, and then provide the notice to proceed. And a loan would be secured through a lien on the property and an agreement with the homeowner. And we look at we're looking at a long-term payback period and offering 50% disbursement upfront to support that upfront cost barrier, which some people are facing. In terms of scale, we're projecting 45 to 90 loans across the region with an average of 20 to 40,000 per loan. So based on Ajax's number of households, this might translate to...
I have to stop you there.
Yep.
You've gone double your
Yep.
time, and we're
Oh,
done.
okay.
So we're going to open it up to questions
Okay.
at this point. First is Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I just have a question around if somebody were to qualify for a loan with the region, it is the region giving the loan, correct? Not through a third party. Okay. And,
That's right.
And is it very clear to the resident that it is going to be on their tax bill?
It will be clear. Yep.
And who is responsible for adding it to their tax bill?
So the local area municipality would be adding the line onto the tax bill. So we're working closely with the treasurers and local staff to confirm that process.
So it hasn't yet, the process hasn't yet been established? Because this is a new program, or like how much communication has been had with our staff?
We've been working very closely with the local and municipal staff throughout all of the process. We've had initial conversations with the treasurers and to discuss any concerns or ideas or how to integrate it. And we'll be working offline one-on-one with them over the summer to confirm the process.
Okay, because it seems like more work. Could be wrong, but it seems like a lot more work, especially if there's a big uptake here, right?
Yes. So that was one of the topics of discussion when we engaged the treasurers, and we understand it may, the additional administrative burden on the tax office, and also, any additional risks associated with it. So we are looking into ways that we might incorporate an administration fee that would cover off any additional time. And working one-on-one with any concerns around other risks or concerns that they have.
Okay. What would be the interest rate to this loan?
So right now it is, we were confirming it, but it's a 0 or low interest rate. So I might turn to my manager, Ian McVeigh, who's also on the line, who might be able to have a precise number for you.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just mic check. Yeah. So to be determined through FCM, we're anticipating a decision from them in the coming week. They've indicated to us potentially between 0 and 2% is where they would be lending the region the money. And so depending on where we land with respect to any administration fee that the local municipality might want to add, the final cost to the homeowner is still TBD, but certainly it would be low interest and preferable as compared to alternative options.
Okay, so you said something interesting there. You said that it would be the local municipalities that would add the administration fee?
We have had an initial conversation with the area treasurers through our finance department, where, some, as you're alluding to, some concerns around workload were raised, and then in response, we indicated, or actually it was indicated by them, potentially an interest in adding an administration fee to cover some of those costs. But want to sort of state that, overall, we're expecting from FCM enough capital to fund between 45 and 90 loans across the entire region on this initial pilot period. So what that means for Ajax isn't, we don't know for sure, but it's not going to be a huge number of loans, at least in this initial period. So through this initial pilot, we'll work out some of the administrative workflows and streamline things for, if it's decided to continue this approach moving forward.
Yeah, so don't get me wrong. I think the program in itself is a great program. I'm concerned about the added workload to the lower municipality. And I just don't want to hear from residents about a tax bill that, they had additional fees on it, because it'll look like it's coming from the town, correct? I know. So I just want to make sure that that is very, very clear in the process of receiving a loan from the region. Thank you.
Councilor Bauer?
Yeah, we will make sure it's crystal clear. It's a voluntary program. They will opt in to receive the loan.
Okay.
So I think we can address those concerns.
Councilor Bauer, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Logan, for the presentation. It's very interesting information, and I appreciate it. So my question is in regards to Ajax has the SNAP program, the Sustainable Neighborhood Action Plan, which has many initiatives similar to the Durham Greener Homes program regarding energy efficiency, conservation, landscaping, etc. So I was just wondering, has there been collaboration or will there be regarding this plan and the existing plan in Ajax?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Great question, and definitely we've been collaborating with the Ajax SNAP team over the course of the entire Ajax SNAP project. So first, we're learning from their piloting their residential pilot program that they've launched in the neighborhood through TRCA, and so learning about what interests residents and what questions they have, what services they'd like to see. And there's always been a close connection that the Ajax SNAP team was promoting the Durham Greener Homes program and increasing uptake locally of that. So there's already a natural connection. So this will just build on that. And when we apply for funding, we would like to see additional funding potentially going to programs like that, or to help animate local neighborhood interventions, because it's a great interface with the community on a bigger program like this. So we would love to. Other SNAPs in Durham as well, we're going to do the same thing.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That's a great answer. And I see our leader of the SNAP program is in the crowd, which I may speak to offline. But thank you very much. That was my only question, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Shannon and Ian, for the presentation. Just a few questions. The total money, is that allocated per region, per municipality, or is it first come, first serve?
My understanding would be first come, first serve, but maybe Ian, you want to jump in for this one? Oh.
Do you want them back in?
Yeah, on a first come, first serve basis.
Okay, so it's first come, first serve. And then did FCM have like a runway? Like how long do they anticipate this money to last for?
So through the mayor to you, Councillor Lee, we're actually at the tail end of FCM's program implementation period for this funding under the Community Efficiency Financing Program. So we are hoping to get in really before they close the doors. As Shannon mentioned, there is a new program opening up later this fall under the Local Leadership for Climate Adaptation stream, which may provide additional capacity for us to extend this should our initial pilot be successful and there be a desire to continue moving.
And then to do the virtual audit, you have to go through a website called windfallcenter.ca. Are they a for-profit or non-profit for greener homes?
Windfall Ecology Center is a nonprofit.
Okay.
They are a program delivery partner for the Durham Greener Homes program.
And we don't own them, correct? They run themselves?
Yeah, they're an independent nonprofit.
I guess my concern, as it is with a lot of these programs, is the security aspect of it. I'm filling it out as we were speaking. You give a lot of information about your home. Do we have assurances that everyone who gives all their information regarding their homes, that information is pretty kept secure and safe?
Yeah, we developed the contract that we signed with the Windfall Ecology Center does include requirements for data protection and security that were vetted through the region's IT department, and they are required to hold insurance for a range of cyber risks as well. So the data is held within servers within Canada. That was, for example, one of the stipulations that our IT department had. If there's more questions, I don't have the sort of the contract in front of me, but can follow up with.
No, the high level is great, and those are actually all my questions. Very excited about this program. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dice.
Thank you. On page 21, you had a little graphic with adaptation and mitigation, and in the middle of it is a green area with tree canopy and shading. Is this part of the program where you would include tree care and trimming, particularly in mature, older areas? I'm seeing that storms often take, a big piece of the tree off or a small piece, and then the owner will take the whole tree down, because the cost of maintaining and looking after the trees is very high. So, and it makes a big difference on the temperature in your home too. Decreases the heat significantly on your property. So I'm wondering, is that part of this program as well?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Dice, that's a great point, and Ajax is leading the way in terms of developing an incentive program for mature trees, as I understand. So this program would recommend that program to residents. So we would refer, if there were trees on the property and residents were interested, Windfall would make that connection to the program that Ajax currently has.
And hopefully you'll broaden that, right? Promote it more with the other
We would love to.
municipalities.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
Thank you. Well, that's good to know. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay, not seeing any further councilors in the speakers list. Thank you for your delegation today. Our next delegation, item 5.2, OPG Pickering Nuclear Generating Station Update. Paul Seguin, Senior Vice President, Pickering Nuclear Ontario Power Generation, and Luca Ciccato, thank you, Senior Vice President, Nuclear Refurbishment, Ontario Power Generation. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Mayor Collier, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to present OPG's update on the Pickering Nuclear Generating Station and an overview of the Pickering Refurbishment Project. My name is Paul Seguin. I'm the Senior Vice President of Pickering Nuclear, and I'm here today with my colleague Luca Ciccato, Senior Vice President of Nuclear Projects, and he's running the Nuclear Refurbishment Project at Pickering. We're pleased to be here today on behalf of the more than 4,500 employees who support the station, the majority of whom live in this region, many right here in Ajax. My guess is you're connected to Pickering Nuclear in some way, whether it's family member, friend, or neighbor who works at the station. OPG invests millions in local economies and employs thousands of people to maintain a modern, sophisticated energy fleet. And we partner with local environmental and Indigenous groups to improve the well-being of our site communities. We've been a proud part of the community for over 5 decades and hope to continue for many decades more. Today, I want to talk to you about the station's current operations and its bright future. As you know, Pickering Units 1 and 4 were shut down as scheduled in 2024. These units are currently being safe stored until decommission activities are commence in the future. Units 5 through 8 are licensed to continue operating until the end of 2026. These 4 units provide approximately 2,100 megawatts and meet about 10% of Ontario's electricity needs. These units also continue to provide a stable supply of cobalt-60, a critical medical isotope used in life-saving medicine around the world. In fact, 20% of the world cobalt-60 is produced at the Pickering Station. OPG has made a significant investments and implement a wide variety of innovative programs and initiatives that have resulted in the station achieving its best performance in operating history. In 2023, the Pickering Station was recognized by an international nuclear organization for its ability to operate at the highest levels of performance. OPG has also received the Electricity Canada President's Award of Excellence for Employee Safety generation for 7 consecutive years, recognizing OPG's long-standing dedication to health and safety in the workplace. And in 2024, we were extremely proud to receive a Business Excellence Award by the Ajax Pickering Board of Trade, recognizing the station's continued commitment to innovation and overall business excellence. We couldn't achieve any of this without our talented and diverse workforce who are committed to excellence each and every day. It's a testament to our diligence and passion for excellence to ensure the safe and reliable operation of the station for our communities and the people who live here. As the demand for electricity grows at a rapid rate, we will continue to produce cost-effective power without the environmental impact of greenhouse gas and carbon emissions. But what happens when the station shuts down in 2026? We are planning the refurbishment of Units 5 to 8 pending regulatory approval by the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. This refurbishment project will allow Pickering Nuclear to continue providing many benefits for customers, the economy, and the environment. And you can be assured we will also maintain our focus on the safety and well-being of our communities and our employees as we continue to generate clean, low-carbon, reliable electricity for the people of Ontario. I'll now pass it over to Luca to provide some details on the refurbishment project.
Okay, thanks, Paul. So last year, the ISO released a 2025 demand forecast, a key part of its annual planning outlook. This projected a 75% increase that you can see on the charts there in electricity demand now till 2050. The increased demand is driven by things like data centers, the industrial sector, but also includes population growth, commercial sector growth, and the anticipation of electrification of existing facilities. Tackling climate change and supporting future electricity growth will take a combination of electricity generating technologies. And one of the ways is for OPG is to refurbish Pickering's 5 to 8. With the support of the province of Ontario, we are now in the planning stages, or what we call the definition phase of the project. Pickering refurbishment planning will continue through 2025 and 2026. Once refurbished, the 4 units will secure more than 2,100 megawatts that Paul kind of alluded to, but that's, to translate, is about 2 million homes with good, clean, reliable power for the next 30 years. The project will secure thousands of highly skilled jobs and contribute more than $19 billion in economic impact to the province. As part of the planning phases, you'll have seen some early work, such as geotechnical studies in the lake, which requires the use of barges. You'll also start to see some work happening around the site, such as construction of new parking lots and other infrastructure work. When the reactors shut down, and it's actually on September 30th of 2026, they will be defueled and dewatered, so the refurbishment activities can begin. Refurbishment in a mega project, similar to the Darlington refurbishment project, that involves replacing the major components in the reactor. But in order to begin the refurbishment work, we must gain authorization from our regulator, the CNSC, Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. OPG will apply for early renewal of Pickering's licenses for both the waste and the running units by the end of this summer. We plan on submitting to the CNSC. This application will be a request for 10 years of further running of the station plus the refurbishment. We anticipate a public hearing on our request to take place in the community in the spring of 2026. If approved, refurbishment activities will begin in earnest on January 2027. The project will take several years to complete. We plan for the first unit to be back online by the mid-2031s, with the subsequent remainder of the units by the mid-2030s. During this requested license term, OPG will also progress decommissioning of Pickering 1s to 4, which is on the west side. And with that, I'll pass it back to Paul.
Thanks, Luca. So at OPG, we know our role.
You guys are at 7 minutes so far. Is there much left?
This is 30-second wrap-up.
Thank
Mayor.
you.
We know that our role in the community is much more than safely generating electricity. It's about being a good neighbor. Through our partnership with the town of Ajax, we're proud to support many community initiatives, including Ajax Winterfest, tree planting events, and Canada Day celebrations. We look forward to an ongoing and collaborative partnership with the town for decades to come. Our Power for Change community investment program allows us to work with and support many not-for-profit and community organizations in Ajax and across Durham region, such as the Ajax Pickering Hospital Foundation, Ajax Rotary Club, Girls Inc., and many more. Throughout 2024 and 25, we've engaged with thousands of community members at dozens of community events, which has given us the opportunity to engage with residents and talk about what we do at Pickering Nuclear. We believe our role in this community isn't just measured by the energy we produce, it's measured by our relationships, the impact we make today, and the bright future we will support. Open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure there will be some, starting with Councilor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Always a pleasure. When do we expect the Clarington small modular to be up and running?
Yeah, I can start, and I'll turn it over to you, Luca. So the SMRs that are being built on the site of our other power plant, the Darlington station, the construction is underway now. We received our license to construct from the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission earlier this year. So that construction is underway. The timeline, Luca, I think it's 2030?
2030 is for the first one, which is SMR number 1 is targeted to be complete by 2030, the end of 2030.
So based on energy needs and firing up 5 through 8, is there going to be a gap where it's like we won't have enough energy to provide for our increasing usage?
Yeah, I'll let Paul, he's...
Sure, I'll defer to the ISO and the system operator to give you the exact numbers. I know from an OPG perspective, the Pickering coming offline coincides with some large nuclear units coming back from refurbishment, both at Darlington, the original Darlington station has units coming back from refurbishment, as well as the Bruce station in Bruce County. They have units coming back from refurbishment. So a lot of that Pickering electricity is offset initially with those units coming back, and then the intention is to refurbish so that we have Pickering units coming back as that demand continues to increase.
So if we follow the timeline that you've laid out, in theory, we should be not have any kind of interruption in service based on the demand and the supply.
I would say, yeah, the ISO's prime objective is to prevent a loss of service, so that's critical for the grid, and certainly we have a lot of contingency in place to produce power, whether it's renewables, gas, hydro, on top of the nuclear that we have. So,
does OPG have a lot of renewables? I wasn't aware you had renewables.
So we have our hydro plants. So we have 66
Oh, of course.
hydroelectric plants in the province. So that's fully renewable. We also have a large solar facility in Nanticoke at the site of the old coal station at Nanticoke. That's jointly owned by ourselves and two Indigenous communities in the southwestern part of the province. So.
Okay, it's great. Sounds like we're in great hands. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I don't see any other questions in my speakers list, so thank you very much for your delegation today.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 5.3, another delegation, Income, Employment, and Homelessness Supports Division in the Social Service Department updates. Stella Danos Papacostantino from Commissioner of Social Services, Regional Municipality of Durham. Oh, you're not Stella?
I'm Lisa McIntosh. I'm the Director of Income, Employment, and Homelessness with the Region of Durham, and I will be providing the presentation today. Stella Danos Papacostantino is with me for the question and answer period. So the Regional Municipality of Durham is the system manager legislated by the province and the community entity designated by the federal government to plan, manage, and oversee the funding rollout for the homelessness and housing system across Durham Region. I will provide an update on homelessness in the region with a focus on Ajax. So in April of 2025, the by name list was at 874 people. Those are people who've consented to be on the by name list and are seeking to access services to help them address and end their homelessness status. In April across the region, 57% of the people out of the 874 people were chronically homeless. That means they were homeless for 6 months or more, and 93% had a mid to very high acuity based on a scan that we do when individuals are doing intake onto the by name list, and then it's completed again over time once they're receiving service to ensure if their acuity level is coming down once they've been stabilized in a setting that is safe and familiar to them, or if they have longer-term challenges that could be supported by supportive housing. In April of 2024, there were 604 people on the by name list across Durham, and so it definitely shows us that the number of people who are connected to the by name list and seeking services within the region is increasing. In 2024, 362 people moved from being on the by name list and actively homeless into housing. 161 of those individuals had moved into housing and were chronically homeless. So they were outside for 6 months and didn't have stable housing at least, and then we were able to bring them into a housing option. So we are having successes across the system, but the visible need is high. So numbers on the Ajax by name list show some variances in the individuals who are chronically homeless, as well as a variance with the acuity level of individuals that are listed on the by name list. So in April of 2025, 176 of the 874 individuals on the by name list were or shared that they were actively homeless in Ajax during their intake. 64% were chronically homeless, so homeless for 6 months or more, and 87% demonstrated a mid to a very high acuity level through that intake scan, which means that they will need supports to actively engage and stabilize their housing status. The Durham Region Street Outreach Team rolled out in January 2024, and since then, they have had a total of about 5,900 interactions, with over 1,000 of those being in Ajax. From January 1st to June 16th of this year, 339 group interactions occurred in Ajax. Those interactions would have included times where the outreach team was out engaging with a group of 2 or more in an encampment or in the community and supporting them in finding ways to meet their basic needs, relocating to an indoor space, or even accessing and aiming to access and obtain ID so that they could start the process of changing their housing status. 192 individual engagements occurred in Ajax, and about 1,000 individual engagements occurred across Durham. We're collecting a new piece of data which is connected through email, phone, and text. And so 484 individuals connected that way with the outreach team in Ajax. Sometimes this can be a secondary or a third contact to follow up on services and to bring somebody into a new line of service. Other times, those are individuals who are connecting with the outreach team because they could be pending an eviction or at critical risk of becoming homeless, and so the outreach team is supporting in that way. And we've connected with over 3,000, we've had over 3,000 individuals connect through email, phone, and text. The team has visited and supported 47 encampments in Ajax with a total of 236 region-wide, currently supporting 11 individuals at 8 different encampment sites in Ajax. They've also initiated 7 requests for encampment cleanups after discovering or supporting sites to become abandoned. They work closely with the transit system as well, and they visited 23 bus shelters in Ajax with a total of 51 region-wide, and connected with 10 individuals and completed 13 community wellness checks.
Sorry, Ms. McIntosh, you're on slide 5 of 17 and you're already over your time. So I'm going to give you some more, but we're going to have to get through it a little bit
Okay, I'll
quicker,
move
please.
along.
Thank you.
So in Durham, we have 187 shelter beds for the individuals that I shared who are experiencing homelessness and seeking supports. Of those, 57 beds are located in Ajax, 10 of those are youth beds. The data shows that Ajax has a quick turnaround rate at its adult site, and that it demonstrates for us that that shelter is experiencing fewer people with high needs and issues related to ability, and that can be some of the mobility and access pieces with the setup of that shelter. The youth service, Durham Youth Services Shelter has a longer stay time, and that's because we're struggling in the system to support youth to move into housing. Our winter warming outcomes included no turnaways because we did a coordinated access system, transporting and supporting individuals to move across the system. Information updated, was updated, and several individuals were onboarded to the by name list in the winter warming sites overnight. 6 individuals were housed directly from a winter warming site. It is a new piece of data we are collecting, and we will broaden that across the system for next year. 16 individuals transferred to shelter. Durham winter warming stats showed that over 788 people stayed in winter warming. And our action plan for the system includes numerous action items, which you will find on the slide, one of which is boosting the housing supply and access to warming centers, shelter, and public washrooms and hygiene facilities where possible. So we are always seeking supports in that realm. 1635 Dundas Street is being updated to include Phase 2, and so that will establish more than the 45 shelter beds that are there in the areas of supportive and ongoing housing, as well as services such as palliative care units and mental health and addiction services. The Heart Hub program, it can be found on the provincial website, and Durham was lucky to have achieved 2 of the 28 that were awarded across the province. Many of the partners on both projects overlap, and it was a real strong effort from partners across the region to access that service. The encampment strategy can be found online, and it rolled out this year, and it is set up to demonstrate that the region does not endorse encampments as a solution, but we are supporting people who are unhoused with an aim to eliminate them. The encampment strategy also really incorporates the fact that we have 8 local municipalities with 8 local bylaw teams and fire teams, and so we need to respect and take into account all of their processes, which when we look at the process map for rolling out encampment strategy, we are able to gear up or down as needed based on the local approach to encampments. And the end of the presentation includes that Homeless Help is our line that incorporates help right across the region. It's monitored 24/7 by the outreach team and our homelessness system team during the day, and so people can get their questions answered or seek services by emailing homelesshelp@durham.ca or calling 311 and then going to extension 5510 and leaving a message. And questions.
Thank you. There are some questions, starting with Councillor Crawford.
Your Worship, thank you for your presentation. I know it's always weird coming here for this, but get ready. So the numbers between last year and this year, have they grown in Ajax?
They've gone up from about 146 to 170, 143 to 176.
Okay.
So not as fast as it has in other areas across the region.
Are the asylum seekers separated in this? They're a different number completely?
Yes.
Okay, okay. It's really hard not to notice that Pickering doesn't seem to have any unsheltered people. I mean, my God, Brock has 6. Couldn't get further north than that. What are they doing, or what are they not doing? And I want to know, when do we get to spread the joy?
So Pickering and Clarington actually have had the highest rate of growth over the last year and are seeking to expand services. So we are looking at options in both communities. Pickering had a very active warming center over the winter and has opened the transitional housing farmhouse as well north on Whites Road. And so those programs opened with the community alongside the local municipality. As well in Clarington, a warming center was opened 2 winters ago with a church group. And so faith-based communities and other community members came together and created a group who are supporting the development of programs there. And this past winter, Clarington provided the old tourism center in Bowmanville so that a warming center could be opened and offer hygiene programs, both washrooms, showers, and laundry. So programs are growing as community and population bases grow.
But I see Clarington's number. I don't see Pickering's numbers.
Sorry, can I just add to what Lisa is saying through you, Mayor Collier? In addition to the fact that the by name list.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. It's right there in front of me. I apologize. Okay. It's right in front of me, 40. I don't know why I missed it. Sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
It's there. But the by name list, remember, people have to consent to be on it.
Yep.
So that's one thing. Another thing is people don't always tell us where they're really from. They might say they're from Ajax when in fact they are from Pickering. So we don't really know accurately where people are staying because they want to receive the services, they're desperate.
So would you say then the population is higher where there's a shelter. Obviously.
The number of people on the by name list, the population outside isn't necessarily larger, but the people in the shelter are all actively on the by name list. Because as part of intake into our shelters, they're consenting for service and they're being added to the by name list.
Okay. Sorry, I apologize. I don't know why I completely missed that one. So I did have another question. What is the region doing to support our town in the way of our local businesses, our residents? That all falls basically on the municipality. How are you supporting us for that?
So the outreach team does their priority and their service delivery focus is on moving the individuals who are experiencing homelessness in, so homelessness is less visible, and addressing concerns in the community. But they also engage, they've done more than 15 presentations to community agencies. My team and the system team, we meet with and we partner with property owners and businesses, and we go to the business association and the different groups. The group that we are active with in Clarington was the one that was struck, and it's called Iconic. And so the team attends meetings regularly, I'd say across a week, between myself and the two managers alone for the homelessness system team. We are probably each at least 5 community engagements or meetings of some sort, connecting with entities outside our staff group or service providers.
So can the region actually require the service provider to help the town with things like garbage and, well, mostly garbage, I would say?
So service providers, they work within systems the same as everyone else. They access and use programs like trespass orders, DRPS, if incidents are occurring. If there is a problem occurring outside that is criminal or littering and loitering or damage-based, and the service providers are calling the police for action.
Well, garbage is garbage. I mean, that's not really a DRPS thing. It's just keeping the area clean, right?
Well,
because it does fall on us, right?
Yeah, they work the same as any other business. So if a community restaurant has garbage that has spread down the street, they would either...
The restaurant would clean it up, right?
They would work to clean it up. The shelters are doing the same.
Okay.
So they have staff that go out around the site. They're not going to clean the entire mall property, but I know Outreach is out there as well, and Outreach has the capacity to offer sharps cleanup or paraphernalia cleanup when it occurs, and they do that as well.
So how does an individual get banned from the mall? What would you have to do? Because I had a situation where an individual had basically taken residence up in a DRT shelter. And when we reached out to the outreach team, I was told that they were banned from the mall, which is where the shelter is. So they were just going to leave them.
So they wouldn't just leave them.
No, they were. No, they were.
So Outreach...
to push back.
Right, but Outreach has to work with individuals, building trust. Homelessness services are a choice. Under legislation, we do not have the authority to apprehend or force service or movement.
So who has the authority to ban them from the plaza?
We do work with Durham Regional Police, and if there is a mental health or a addiction rationale for apprehension, we support those apprehensions when they occur. The incident doesn't always meet the threshold for an apprehension. So it's not that we stand alongside going, well, it's the warmest place they can be, we're gonna leave them there.
No, that actually was the response I got. It was.
If there's no indoor space and they can't move them, they have no recourse. So they can do the same as you.
It's private property, it's DRTA bus stop. It's where people go to stand for the bus. And it was a house.
And they do continually, there's an individual in the community that they do consistently move along, but there are numerous steps that we take with the health system and the justice system to be able to make those moves happen.
Okay. When will we have a solution to the location of the shelters in the near future for Ajax? Because it's not in the right place.
We continue to look at options, and we'll continue to make suggestions and look at properties as they arise.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Your Worship. If we could look at the economic metrics. So when we look at your page 2 and see that Ajax is 176, and I know these numbers, if you were asked it today, would probably be different. So, and then, so we fall under these metrics here as the second most challenged, or individuals in our community. And then if we zoom out to page 10, we see this beautiful building, with 44 shelter beds in Whitby. Even though Whitby doesn't have the same, it's similar to our situation. So my question is, when funding comes from the province, can you speak to the last time funding came from the province and how much money we came to Durham Region, and how much money, how that was broken down and where that money went?
The regional budget and our breakdown actually is represented publicly on the website, and I can get you additional numbers or share those links. We look at everything as a system and understand that individuals may need to move for a shelter bed. So we actually would move individuals from the Ajax area if they have mobility issues, or, well, we have a lot of individuals right now with mobility issues, so that's a primary one, to a shelter that offers a more accessible setup.
Okay.
So Ajax, there are no showers at 27 Station Street. You have to come over to the main site, going up and down elevator or stairs for food. If there are higher acute needs, we are servicing them in shelters that fit that need.
Okay, I appreciate that. So you're saying that the shelter, if they are getting bigger and better, or however you want to describe them, it's not just for that local community. You look at it as Durham Region on a whole. That's what you're saying?
Yes, and we're looking at mobilizing and supporting
Okay.
quality services right across the system.
Okay, so I know that homelessness, we're always told daily, we talk about this with residents, is a regional matter. But do we know the economic impact on homelessness in Ajax at the local level? Do you know that? Maybe that would be a question for staff. I don't know. Perhaps, Ms. Valentin? Would you? So, you don't?
Councillor Tyler, this is questions to the delegate
Okay,
at this point.
I appreciate that. You don't know the answer to that question. You wouldn't know.
We have crunched numbers in that way, but really it's a system approach. So if you're looking at it, we would need to really roll out ratios for staffing, like system staffing, and complex pieces. The homelessness services that we offer are offered across the region. So if you need prevention services and you're here in Ajax, or medical services that are geared to the unsheltered population, then we would transport individuals to where they need those services and make sure that they're connected. So that movement has to happen, because we can't duplicate every component of the system across all 8 municipalities.
I understand. Just to be clear, I was just asking what the local impact was financially, and I can ask that to staff another time. Thank you, Your Worship.
You're welcome. Next is Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. What are our approximate numbers outside of the by name list? We must have like a rough count of, like, 876 is they gave us their information, but like, what do we imagine is the number that didn't give us information?
So we completed the PIC count in November of last year, and on the one night, the 24-hour period that we did a head count, it's kind of like a census count, but we had volunteers out across communities, and we did a count. And for the region of Durham, that count, again, still, we know there are missing components was 1,345 individuals.
So there's a delta of maybe 500, and that's as of November. Those numbers probably went up since then, presumably, based on the way they're trending, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to confirm, just we said it out loud, but no turnaways. Have we ever been in a position where there's 1,345 people we're dealing with approximately, where like we could not find a bed or a safe shelter for an individual in need?
So
For those that wanted one.
so that was no turnaways for warming centers. There are turnaways for shelters every night.
Right.
So we coordinate it to bring people in out of the cold due to frostbite and amputations and all the things that go along with being outside and damp on long periods of time. And so last winter and the winter before, we were able to transport people to sites with chairs or space for them to be inside. As long as buildings and shelters meet fire code and are maintaining their fire code maximums, they will put down mats or put out extra chairs to bring people indoors on the coldest nights of the year. So those extreme cold warnings.
Okay. So obviously drug use and addiction plays a major part in our unsheltered community. Have we kept track of, in terms of data point, the rise in addiction? Do we keep track on our name by name list? Like, oh, do you describe as someone who suffers from addiction issues? And then are we seeing an uptick in those numbers?
So we keep track of, like, the region keeps track of the opioid use numbers and overdose numbers. And so the opioid lead would be able and has presented to that information. We really look at acuity and wellness and how we can move people along. So the actual correlation between drug use tends to be more anecdotal in how we see people either use less or become more well when they're indoors. But we do see a lot of developmental challenges from individuals who've been outside for a long time. We have a number of seniors in our homelessness system and service. So not everyone, you're looking at 874, even of those who are high acuity, it's not all addictions. It can be also complex mental illness, and also alongside that, trauma and complex medical and health needs that can be very physical.
Okay. You mentioned acuity. That was kind of my next question. Of the 876, have we kind of measured how many their acuity is like a really low level where it's like, they just, we can't, or it's incredibly difficult to help these individuals? So the ones that are incredibly difficult to help, of that 876, what number do we have?
So mid to very high was the stat I shared. Those are the individuals high acuity, really hard to serve, lots of needs, need supportive housing. Those with low acuity come into service. Sometimes, in a car, or they have their vehicle, or they're already working, or they have their ID and everything set. They tend to be our faster, shorter terms, shorter stays in shelter, and they're bringing down that average, the average number of days that individuals are staying in shelter and really getting rehoused through rapid rehousing and other supportive programs that we have in the system.
Okay, last question is, you had mentioned about the Heart Hubs. We have 2 locations currently in Durham Region. Do the locations, are they set by the region, or does the municipality have to be like a volunteer to be, like, does the region say, hey, Clarington, you are now a Heart Hub location, or do you need the sign off of the local council, for example?
So the homelessness, addiction, recovery treatment centers, those proposals went into the province before the new year, and they were approved by the province. They can include mobile services and services to offer across Durham. And we know the geography in Durham is vast. In North Durham, we have a lot of unserved homelessness because individuals stay hidden and really are engaging in communities sometimes without those knowing.
The question was, are these decided
They're
by
not
the
decided
province?
by us or they're decided by, if they have zoning that fits, they're fine.
And then does the province share their next list of, oh, here are the potential sites to the region, and then what do you think? And is there currently a list of new sites available?
They don't determine the sites.
Oh,
So
okay,
all
sorry.
of our sites for service so those sites were based on the proposals that went in. And so it would really, any site for service is really determined based on zoning and building capacity and whether or not fire approves and if the health department approves the kitchen and the hygiene practices that are in place.
Okay, thank you very
Yeah.
much for all your answers.
Same as opening any other business.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was similar to that of Councillor Tyler Morin, and I'm gonna go into it a little bit further. Why is it that there's so much funding is going into the Whitby site when Ajax has the second highest amount of homeless individuals in the region? And I hear what you're saying when you say that when we look at this, we're looking at solving the problem as a region, being able to move people from location to location. And I'm hearing that, but I'm also looking at the numbers, and I'm looking at 57 beds in Ajax versus 90 beds in Whitby and the amount of money they've received. I'm also looking at the fact that we're talking about, 100, and I'm talking about 45 beds in the one location. I understand total there's 90, but in the one major location where a lot of funding has been injected into that location. And we don't have that in Ajax, but yet we're the second highest in the region with 176 folks that you can account for being here unhoused. And I heard you say to Regional Councillor Crawford, we have to wait for the right location when we're talking about the plaza and the current situation that's there right now. So I guess where is that right location, and what do you mean when you say you're waiting for that right location, and who are you working with either at the region or in the town of Ajax to find that right location so that that could be transferred over to a new location that could accommodate those folks inside? Because I'm not seeing a solution in place for Ajax, and it's giving me some cause for concern.
So we work with our regional real estate team. We also have regular meetings with all of the local area municipalities, seeking space for hygiene programs as well as warming and shelter. We have been out to see sites almost weekly over the last year and a half. So we are always looking for opportunities that would then need to go back to the region to invest and to look at costing for a new site. So if it's a purchase of a property, then that it would require further approvals and movement through process.
And you don't have current properties that you own as a region in the town of Ajax that this could be used for? Or are you talking about you're looking for a building that already exists to repurpose it? Are you talking about a blank property with nothing on it that you want to build, or a building where you can repurpose it?
So the region of Durham doesn't have, we have some property, but we don't have sites that are available to use quickly for emergency shelter and the demand. There are there's the Housing Development and Renewal Plan, which is developing out numerous sites that can be vacant sites or older housing sites that are then developed with more density and opportunity on them. But when it comes to emergency shelter, we are looking fast and furious for what's available and what comes up.
And have you been working with someone on our team here in Ajax to make sure that wherever you choose is a site that we feel is hospitable?
So we look at the sites that fit the requirements of location, access for the individuals who will use it, how we can manage fencing or security, spaces for smoking, distances to meet the acts and the legislation that is in place across the province and the local and the federal levels when it comes to building and all of the other components.
So sorry to cut you off, but what I'm hearing is that you're not working with someone from our team in Ajax.
We are.
You are? Who are you working with in our team?
We work with the local area municipalities, so we will connect with your bylaw team, and we also work with 2 of the staff here on a regular basis.
For point of contact for looking for this properties?
For point of contact for our homelessness service provision. So
That's
when we're
currently
out
in
looking at
existence.
properties, we would
Yeah.
need to find a property that's doable and then take it back to the region to vet it. So
So I guess what I'm asking you is, there's 2 separate things going on here. I know you're working with our staff on the regular to manage the situation. What I'm asking is, when you're looking for a property, a potential new location, do you have a point of contact person on our staff that you're working with that can say, yes, we foresee this as being a good location, or no, we do not?
we have had some reach out on a property that was considered a good location, but when it came down to the site and the specs, it was not. We have also had some partnerships where properties or buildings have been considered. Again, if they don't meet the criteria or they don't end up working out, we don't bring all of those forward. So we really do need to have the facilities available to be able to bring the project forward for approval. And that hasn't been something that has come up as an opportunity at the moment. We are still actively looking at space and continue to connect with staff here. I know we've met with the CAO, we meet with some of the other Ajax team, but we also, my team and managers hold regular meetings with bylaw fire so that we're primed and ready to look at locations as they are available. Our real estate team is always pulling listings, and then we go through them and we would share them back so that people are aware of where they are and what access there is.
And when you meet with our team, our CEO, is there discussion about a new build in Ajax?
That would be further along. We would need to have funding and considerations in place, but it would have to be an opportunity that started from that land use versus looking at listings and finding something that worked. Then it would need to go back for approval and funding approval to go through purchase and all of the other components that the regional councilors then vote on.
And for the, I don't know if you can answer this or not, the federal funding that came in, is that funding that went through you to Whitby, or is that funding that went directly to Whitby? Because I think there was a federal piece of funding that came in as well.
Oh. The encampment funding?
I don't know that that's
Oh.
relevant to the delegation today, what's going on in another municipality.
I ask because I'm curious as to if the region had an opportunity to shift some of that funding our way, and it went to Whitby. That's why it might be relevant, if you'll allow me to ask that question.
Through you, Mayor Collier. That funding was an application funding, particularly for 1635. So that funding came in just for that purpose.
Just specifically for that.
Specifically for that. When you apply for funding with the federal government, you need to have your project.
But
You
for
need to have
clarity,
everything.
I believe it went to the region, but it was specifically
right.
directed for that project.
Right.
It did
Because
not
it
go
was
directly to
applied for
Whitby.
that project.
Correct.
It
So
didn't go
it came
direct
to
to the
that
Whitby.
project.
We are the applicant, yes.
So that funding went, and then the funding from the region also went to the same location.
Correct.
Uh-huh,
Well, we have to fund it to operate it.
yep, okay.
And you asked about the beds. So that Whitby location is 45 beds. I think you're adding in Muslim welfare home.
I know it has 45 beds.
Yeah,
I said you have
yeah.
90 in total, but 45
Right,
for that specific
right.
location.
And again, people are coming from all over. They're not just from Whitby.
Understandably. Yeah, it's transient. I get that.
Right.
We have folks from all over, but
Yeah.
the point being that we have the second highest in the region.
Right.
And you're not coming in and scooping them out and taking them to Whitby to kind of even out the numbers. And then we're looking at Oshawa, where we're looking at 40 beds and 427 homeless folks. Like, the beds are not even in each municipality, yet some municipalities have way higher numbers of folks.
We do our best to transport across, Councillor. It's just not an even Steven type of
100%,
transferring
but
it. It's a
that's why
very
I'm
difficult.
asking about the funding, because The funding's not even Stephen either.
No, it's not. But we don't say we're going to give this much to Whitby and this much to Ajax and this much to Oshawa. We determine it by the services that exist today. And if something comes up and it works, we will do our best to go back to council and ask for additional funding. We do that when that project is available.
Okay, thank you for your time here today. Much appreciated. I know you have a hard job. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Mayor Collier. I should have turned my mic off. I think Regional Councillor Dyes can speak to some of this past discussion, so I would prefer to let her go.
Councillor Dyes.
Thank you. Yeah, just a little bit of information so that Councillor Henry understands that we do have an Ajax task force that is working on looking at a location in the area. They're looking at modular housing and a safe encampment kind of idea. So it takes time to do that. They're looking at land also. It takes time and effort, and they're volunteers, so hopefully they will find something soon. We'll let you know. Thank you.
Councillor Bauer, I see you keyed your mic again, but you deferred to Councillor Dyes. Do you want to speak again? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Thank you so much for being here this afternoon. Really appreciate the work that you do and the information that you provide for us. This is certainly a very difficult predicament for everyone, and especially the people who don't have anywhere to live. So my question was, you made in the count, so the by name list for Durham and for Ajax, do you know how many of those people would be considered youth?
So I do have the demographic breakdown, but I don't have it open on my screen.
Okay.
But across the region, youth is a group that's hard to rehouse.
Yes.
So when we have the shelter beds, that provides us the opportunity to reconnect them with family. And there's also right now the Night Stop program that DYS, or Durham Youth Services, was trying to kind of link and connect youth to people who may have space in their home as well.
Yes, I had forgotten about that. Thank you for reminding me. I don't know how well that's doing. And I guess my question is, there are 10 beds designated to youth, and youth is 16 to 24, but adult is 18 plus. So really it's that little group of 16 and 17, I would expect. Plus, I'm not sure how many of the 45 beds at Muslim Welfare would be for youth, or 40 beds at Cornerstone that would be for youth. So you kind of answered my question, but the question I was going to ask is, so what happens if we know how many those fit that age group? What do we do with the ones that we don't have a bed for?
So there is a coordination in the system where there are connections, especially for young youth, where we're working with other partners. So it could be Durham CAS, a youth service provider, the refuge in Oshawa. We bring together a table and really look at where the individual is going to stay. Individuals who are 18 plus, unless we do try to direct them to spaces in the adult system.
Right, okay. Okay, thank you. And again, thank you for the work that you do. That was my question, Mayor Collier.
Thank you. Seeing no other in the speakers list, I just have a couple. Most of them are follow-up on some of the other council's questions. You were asked about how many on the by-name list were in Ajax last time you were here, and it was 143, and now it's 176. That's, to me, an increase of 23%, which is, I would say, significant. You know, I didn't expect we'd gone up almost a quarter in not a very long period of time, but you said this is below the regional average. What is a regional average?
It is higher. The percentages are higher in other communities, but again, they're percentages. So if Pickering has a smaller population, they've gone up to 40, their percentage can be higher based on the fact of that's how the numbers are crunched. The homelessness is going up extensively across the country and Durham region. So really we are looking at solutions that can be across our sector and system.
Okay.
If I can add to that as well, again, these are people who have consented. It doesn't mean that they weren't homeless before, it just means that we found them
Okay.
as well.
I just want to follow up on the Heart Hub. We kind of danced around it, but where are the locations? Nobody's asked exactly where they are. I looked online quickly. I saw one in Oshawa, but where is the other one?
So there are two lead agencies. One is CMHA and the other, CMHA Durham, and then the other one is Durham Community Health Center. They are the lead agencies who can speak to the details of the Heart Hubs. And the Heart Hub information is still pending in some areas.
So you can't tell us where they're going to be located? What municipalities?
We can't really speak to it as a lead. So it's not our information to share.
Do you know where they are?
We know where it should be.
We know where they will probably be, but it's not our information to share.
Okay. Who can share that information?
DCHC and CMHA, if the province has given them the appropriate approvals to move forward with those statements.
Okay, no, that's fine.
So TPA, or the transfer payment agreements, have to be in place.
That's fine. I'll reach out separately. I want to find out, so Heart Hub, does that include safe injection?
No.
There is nowhere in that model that's going to be safe injection.
That model actually, does not endorse and pushes back against harm reduction practices. So, so it is a different model for the province of Ontario. The information is all online, including the guidelines to apply, and it does not include safe injection at all.
Are you aware that Ajax Council has passed a bylaw where we absolutely will not be a willing host to a safe injection site under any circumstances?
I would think that, yeah, everybody.
Are you aware?
We have no services that do that in the region of Durham, nor does the region of Durham speak to or condone that.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's absolutely clear in case.
Yeah, it wouldn't be ours to do.
I want to talk about the regional owned property across the street. And there has been talk about developing something on that site, which I'm not supportive of in what was brought forward, but I guess it's still in discussion. But there are at least one tent set up over there. We notified the region of this about 2 weeks ago. If it's on town property, we will have a trespass notice issued and we will have them removed and moved on and the site cleaned up. I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, that staff reached out to the region. The region was not willing to do a trespass. They wanted to work with the occupants and try and get them housing. It's still there 2 weeks later. We all know leaving these things, they grow. I don't call that working with the municipality, because if it was up to us, it would be gone. Can you speak to that, please? Because it's still there, hasn't moved, and I don't know what's happened in the last 2 weeks since we brought this to your attention.
The update that I provided to staff was that the outreach team has gone out and connected with the people that are there. They have taken their information, they helped them clean up some of the structures and the pieces of debris and shelter that they had there. They've reduced the capacity and the footprint of the site, and they are continuing to go out daily to move them along and to start the process to engage them and move them into service.
So at what point does the region, as a partner who is working with the local municipality, I'm telling you, does not want this here. It's right by our town hall. We're getting the complaints about it, not you, from the residents. Finally draw the line and say, we've worked with these people for 2 weeks. It's not happening. We're going to issue the trespass order and let us move them along. Because that to me is a true partner.
So we will work with the couple. Issuing a trespass notice as the homelessness system lead, it can be difficult in the sense that we know there are no beds for them to come into. And so we need to accommodate them somewhere with service in the system to be able to relocate them or move them. And as well, we have to follow them for service. So they're going to end up in another unsheltered location in Ajax. And so we will then follow them and continue to offer service. So we are working to clean up the site, to engage them, and to bring them indoors as quickly as possible.
So just to be clear, and I'm not trying to be rude with this in any way, but does that mean anything other than your department is going to allow them to stay there as long as they want to stay there against our wishes?
We have helped vacate and move along numerous encampments in Ajax and across the region. There are communities that
You're
force
not
that
answering my
removal and make it
question.
happen faster, but then we service people in another wooded space or other area. So again, we are working to make the situation as bearable as possible, and to build that rapport to be able to bring them indoors. If they're not
Okay.
indoors, they're just in another location.
But, okay, I thought my question was pretty clear. And it's almost a yes or no answer. That's not saying they're going to move anytime unless they decide they're going to move.
We've
This is a
typically moved
problem.
people along in 2 to 3 weeks. So we have
Okay.
done really well in cleaning up the encampments.
Well, this is 2 weeks now, into the third week. It's a problem having this right next to Town Hall. I'm sure everybody can understand that, okay? There's other locations, I know the one you're talking about up the street, it's out of the way, you know, they can have the encampment there. It's not allowed, but it's not right outside Town Hall. And so we're not gonna get the calls on it, and we're not gonna be pressured to do something about it. But right here, something has to happen, and it's not acceptable to me to just wait. So I need to know when something will be done by the region. Like, what is the drop dead date on this?
We
'Cause
can
that-
take, I'll take it back and see what our legal team will support in working through this one.
Okay, will you let, who's our lead on this, Kristen? Okay, reach out to Ms. McClarty and let her know, please. Thank you. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list. Those are the end of my questions. Thank you for your delegation. Our next delegation on property taxes, Douglas Glass, Ajax resident. Mr. Glass, please come forward. You have 5 minutes.
What is the biggest indicator of success in any organizations? Is it those who grow revenue consistently or those who manage costs consistently? Studies have clearly shown that those organizations who manage costs more effectively are generally more successful because it's more sustainable. My delegation today marks the third consecutive June in a row where I've come to speak to you about town spending and property taxes. Over those years, I appreciate that you have had to deal with inflation, new legislation, and have closed service gaps with new investments. The impact of this on residents has been a 3-year compounded budget increase of 24.4%, which was 145% higher than the previous 3 years before that. From a resident's point of view, this has been very painful. In talking with senior staff recently, my understanding now is that service gaps have been largely addressed, and we know that inflation has cooled considerably. So in 2026, we expect spending and tax reform. The economic reality has changed, and you need to change with it because your primary funding source, the taxpayer, cannot sustain it any longer. DC revenues have slowed to a trickle, so must your spending. The same can be said about casino revenues, commercial growth, and so on. If government grants are slow in coming or not coming at all, then priorities must change or be dropped entirely. If residents are asking for more services or subsidies, then you need to cut spending elsewhere or tell them no. If town directors are looking for more staff, tell them no. There is no unlimited supply of money. Cost containment strategies must be more than things just cost more, Mr. Glass. High taxes are causing the backlash in our community because of the spending, not residents who dare to speak out. Yes, you were elected to make decisions on a platform of growth, but 3 years ago was much different climate, and we were told then that the growth would pay for itself, and 2, that alternative sources of new non-tax revenue would ease the burden on taxpayers. This has not happened. I don't deny that you are trying to change this. You've deferred DC revenues for developers. You fast-tracked approvals for developers, and you've used strong mayor powers to do so. But you have not slowed spending and taxes for residents. As a taxpayer looking in, it feels like you are determined at any cost to stay committed to your intensification goals, regardless of the impact it is having on taxpayers. As Mayor Roy and Whippy said recently, if ever there was a time for caution, restraint, and a new approach, this is it. I'm not hearing anything like this from this council or staff, and that's very concerning. It is a time, as I said off the top, to make managing costs more of a focus than figuring out how to generate higher revenues. Case in point, with the recently released 2024 income statement results, in 2024, total salaries and benefits were budgeted at a very generous $74.8 million, but the actual was $82.7 million, or 10% higher. And you can't just explain this off by accrual accounting methods. Same goes for the general government expenses on page 4. In 2023, the total general government expenses were $26.7 million. The next year, in 2024, there was a clear effort to reduce these expenses to a budgeted $25.3 million. But what actually happened in 2024? Expenses grew to $33.6 million, which was not only 25.8% higher than the amount in 2023, it was a whopping 32.7% higher than the budget you set for yourself in 2024. Spending examples like these have sadly been the norm the past 3 years and is far outpacing inflation and visible service improvements. Resident dissatisfaction and mistrust is growing, and you must adopt a considerable spending reform mandate in 2026. I've shared countless ideas with you the past 3 years, so please don't ask me today for recommendations on how to do this again, because frankly, they haven't been done. Instead, let me ask you a question that I'd like an answer, hopefully from all 7 of you. Do you, each of you, commit to every Ajax resident that you will deliver considerably lower spending and property taxes in 2026? Can you please advise Ajax residents this right now? Thank you.
Yeah, we don't do that. Clapping, I mean. Mr. Glass, just I have a question for you, but I'll answer your question first. Because you're asking us to do something that really can't be done, which is to commit to something that this council doesn't yet know. It's the mayor's budget. I will be bringing it forward for council consideration in December. They will have it, I think, a week before you'll have it, but council will have every opportunity to bring whatever they want to bring to try and reduce the budget or whichever that's left after I've done a similar process. What I always will absolutely commit to doing is keeping everything, like it costs what it costs to run the town, like it costs what it costs to run your house. If your prices or your costs go up, or any resident in Ajax's costs go up, they have 2 options. I guess try and make more money, or cut some of the services, or cut some of the things, whether get rid of something, I don't know. We're the same. We have to have a balanced budget. We can't run a deficit. That's mandated through law, through the Municipal Act, I think it is. So we have the same option. We either have to cut services or we have to increase taxes. The year that you spoke of with the big increase was, I think, the year that we hired the 20 new firefighters. I'm not sure. But there was something that happened. And decisions that are made by this council, if we make a decision last year, and we live in a unionized environment with collective agreements, and we hire those 20 new firefighters, for example, first of all, there's an annualization of those. We only pay half in the first year. So the second year, if you make a decision last year, you're already committing yourself to a 2 or 3% increase this year, just to annualize that and maintain. That's the situation we're in. So I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying I will do whatever I have to do to keep it as low as possible. However, please understand that the only way we can actually reduce, which is some of the things that have been asked for, is to cut services. That being said, I have a question for you. What are your thoughts on a referendum question on the ballot for next year's election, asking residents what they think? And I haven't even talked to staff about this yet. I've just been batting it around in my head. But there's a lot of people talking and a lot of people not just, you brought up Mayor Roy in Whitby, about taxes. It is a big thing, obviously. We're all taxpayers. Everybody in this room, I think, is a taxpayer. And ask the residents how they feel about cutting services versus increased taxes. Because to me, we are, as you rightly said, elected to make decisions on your behalf. If residents aren't happy with those decisions, then they can absolutely make their feelings be known through the next election and their vote. But really, I want to hear, because we put out our budget builder, and the intake on that may be 500 or 600 people, which isn't really a fair test of the market, having 140,000 residents in Ajax. The only other option we have is through a referendum question. And if a referendum question was on the ballot and it came back overwhelmingly no, people would rather have an increase in taxes and have a decrease in services, like close a community center or close a few parks or maybe shorten our snow removal season or get rid of a bunch of staff so things take a number of above. Would you accept that if through general referendum the residents clearly said no, they would rather have an increase in taxes than massive cuts in service?
Well, depends on what the referendum question is. I think if you're saying a massive, like you just said, a massive cut in services, I don't think that that's necessary. I support a referendum question,
Okay.
but what I'm talking about here is not a massive cut in services, okay? And I think it's, with all due respect, a little disingenuous to sort of say, hey, you know, if we don't raise taxes, then we're going to have to massively cut services. And I think there's a balance, and I really do think that. I think that, you know, look at the operating side, and I commend you, Mr. Mayor, the investment income in 2024 far outperformed the anticipated budget amount that was budgeted for that, from $2 million budget to almost $20 million budget, right? And a lot of that money, much like the property taxes, one of the biggest line items outside of staffing is to move into reserves. So we had a large influx of money that went into reserves in 2024. Why don't we, since we had roughly that extra cash going in, instead of taxing folks and having that equally large amount of money go into reserves, then that difference of 18 million or so, or whatever the net amount of that went into reserves, reduce that back to the taxpayer, because in essence, it's already been done. The reality is that residents are in arrears at record levels, and we're hurting, and we need the council to do more than just talk about more revenue. Yep. I think I'm not talking staff cuts, I'm saying no new staff adds. Look at clear mandated items that the that we have to focus on, core business. You know, there's a lot of nice things that happen. I don't think we need to resource some of these nice to haves and stuff. As much as it's great for the community, there is a significant amount of that. Recreation is being funded and subsidized at increasing levels. This was discussed recently at another meeting. I think we have to look at those opportunities to find those. I've shared those with this council and staff, and I'm calling on you to do more of that.
Fair enough. So, and I've listened to you, and what you're saying is what we do, myself and staff, in preparing the budget. There is a lot of stuff that you don't even see that's already gone. And I let council know through a, what we call it, a memo or through an email, and a list of everything I've taken out and the very few things I put in.
Yeah.
Right? And I do that, but you wouldn't see that because.
And I commend you, Mr. Mayor. You call out folks every single meeting who this is an unbudgeted item. And there's a lot of unbudgeted items that keep getting brought forward. And that just can't be happening in this climate.
I'm not going to get into the transfer to reserves and that in this meeting because it's a much, much bigger conversation. And I'm not going to start talking about holes in the budget that are created and all that other stuff. I will reiterate, like I said last year, once the budget is done and council has it and it's out to the public, I am happy to sit down and go over it with you and justify the things that are being put forward. And I'll leave it there. Thank you. I don't see any other questions, so thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
We have one final presentation, Senior of the Year, Laura Tegelberg, Policy and Community Support Coordinator. No, she withdrew.
Good afternoon, Mayor Collier, members of council, town staff, and Ajax residents. Thank you for welcoming us here today. My name is Laura Tekelberg, and I'm from the Recreation and Culture Department. As you may know, each year the Government of Ontario designates the month of June as Seniors Month to celebrate the countless experiences, accomplishments, and contributions of seniors. Here in Ajax, we have coined it as Aging Well Month, and we have hosted free events throughout the month, such as the Seniors Barbecue, which had a great turnout with record numbers at almost 700 attendees. We would like to thank all the staff, volunteers, and our supporting sponsor, Steve and Amanda's No Frills, for all of their hard work and contributions. The Government of Ontario also hosts the annual Senior of the Year Award program, which was established to give each municipality in Ontario the opportunity to honor one outstanding local senior. Here with us today is Jane Wilson. Jane Wilson is a dedicated member of our community whose commitment spans decades. Jane has served tirelessly both in her career as a secondary school educator and upon retirement as an active volunteer with a focus on seniors. As president and then acting president of the Ajax Probus Club over the last 4 years, Jane has strengthened connections with the town of Ajax, advocating for senior-focused resources and ensuring that community members are aware of local opportunities. Her work with the 55 Plus Wellness Team has provided invaluable support to many, embodying her unwavering care and dedication. Jane's compassion shines through her initiative, Coffee and Conversation, where she warmly welcomes new club members into her home, fostering a sense of belonging and community. Jane's natural kindness and readiness to lend an ear to anyone in need have left a lasting impact on those around her. She has given so much of herself, humbly and without seeking recognition, simply to make others feel valued. Congratulations, Jane, for all you have done to enrich our community. I would now like to invite Jane Wilson to accept the Ontario Senior of the Year Award. And if I could ask council if they would be willing to take a photo? Yes.
Yes, I would. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank council for the extreme amount of senior activities that are available in the town. Most of them are at no charge through the library, through the Parks and Recreation, and the Aging Well Month. We really appreciate it.
And I'll just add, and you'll notice the one on the screen is not signed. I've since signed it, so yours will be signed there that you have. But on behalf of myself and council, thank you for all that you do in our community to help move things forward. And we have a very rapidly growing seniors community, and they really need that support as well. So we all really appreciate what you do, and congratulations on this well-earned achievement. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. You want to go up? Going up?
Okay, that concludes our delegations and presentations. We are an hour and 45 minutes in. Why don't we take 5 minutes and come back here at 2:50 and continue? The clerks, we're going. Items of correspondence. The first item is item 6.1, petition in relation to parking on Love Crescent. Folks, seats, please. We're in session. Right. Look at the clock. It's a bathroom break. It's not social hour. Petition in relation to parking on Love Crescent deferred from the May 20th council meeting. Moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Lee. When considering a petition, council may do any of the following. Receive the petition for information, no further action will be taken. Refer the petition to staff for a report and recommendation. Staff will then report back at a later time with information and recommendations to council or committee. Or 3, make a decision on the matter or direct staff to take certain actions in response to the petition. I will turn it over to council. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Yes, this was an item that was deferred from the May meeting to allow opportunity for staff and myself and Regional Councillor Dies to speak with the residents. So we did have a meeting and went over sort of the logistics of how it would work to remove one street that's right in the middle of the busiest part of the waterfront, or even try it as a pilot, and that it really wasn't a realistic option. So we did have a good meeting. I'm moving that we receive this for information, and maybe if I could call on Deputy CAO Cooper, who was at the meeting, and some of the discussion we had about how we could look at this program going forward, please.
Deputy CAO Cooper.
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. Yes, so we talked about a number of options. One of them is to make sure that this matter is scoped into the comprehensive parking study that will occur next year and is being led by the planning division, but will involve many departments, I'm sure. So we'll take a look at the entire waterfront parking program as part of that project, including the various permits available, which streets are in, which streets are out, all those things. And then at the conclusion of this season, which I think marks our 5th season with the waterfront controls, we'll also do our standard end-of-year review. We might do something a little bit more robust this year, maybe involving a subsequent survey to those that are affected by the program that live in the area, just to make sure that we have sort of a current pulse on how the residents that are affected feel about the controls and them remaining in place. So we'll do that at the conclusion of the season this year.
Thank you very much, Deputy CAO Cooper. Yes, so just as a reminder, first, thank you to the resident for speaking out and for coming to council and for meeting with us to talk about it. Also a reminder that the guest pass program was increased for this season from 10 passes, I believe, to 15. So we are listening. We are trying to figure out how to accommodate you know, the residents who live there, who some of them, not all of them, are running into some struggles regarding visitors and parking at the waterfront. So I'm moving that we receive this for information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bauer. I'm not seeing anybody else on the speakers list, so I'll just give my comments. The parking permit system was brought about through the need. There was a problem, and we dealt with the problem. The waterfront is very popular. It is open to the public. We had some major problems, and this in-street parking system was the result of residents complaining about people parking in front of their house. And petitions, I'm sorry, I don't personally put a lot of weight into petitions. They're only as accurate as the question you're asking. And it's only a small sampling. If you look on the street, it's not, there's still a lot of people that did not sign it. So, you know, you might make half of them happy by doing this, and you're going to make the others potentially very unhappy. I see this as being a disaster if this was to happen, and a request and another petition later asking us to put this back in if it went ahead right now. But that's not a decision for today. I am going to support your motion to receive, and I do think the appropriate avenue is what you have proposed, and that is to put this in, basically refer it to the next iteration of review on the parking permit system. We've designed this. We need to give it a chance to run and see how it works. and we can't be making midterm decisions on things like this. We need to do a proper fulsome review, so I will support. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list. Can we have the vote, please? I do. I have Bauer and Lee. Good job. That carries unanimously. Moving on to item 6.2, pulled correspondence, pulled from the council, what do we call this? The CIP information package. City of Pickering, Raising Ontario Works, and Ontario Disability Support Program, moved by Councillor Henry, second by Councillor Dies, that item 6.2, City of Pickering, Raising Ontario Works, and Ontario Disability Support be endorsed, and that a copy of this motion be sent to all Durham MPs, Durham Regional Municipalities. Questions, comments? No, those in favor? That carries. Moving on to reports, item 7.1, Community Affairs and Planning Committee, 7.1.1 of June 2nd, 2025. Moved by Councillor Lee, second by Councillor Dies, that the Community Affairs and Planning Committee report dated June 2nd, 2025 be adopted. Questions? Councillor Henry. Pressed it twice.
Thank you, Mr.
There
Mayor.
go.
I'd like to pull 7.2 from the report, please, to have it voted on separately. Thank you.
Fair enough. On the balance? Those in favor? That carries. On item 7.2. Councillor Henry, did you want to speak to it or just have it voted on separately? Okay. On item 7.2. Please call the question.
To you, Mr. Chair, can I clarify what's being pulled by the member of council?
Item 7.2, I am guessing that that is the councillor remuneration.
That's the GGC report.
The
So is there
GGC.
something specific from that you'd like to pull, Councillor Henry?
Sorry. Councillor Henry, we're on CAP. GGC is next. So let's, we voted on CAP. Okay. No, but you'd pulled 7.2. So sorry, I didn't catch that. So let's, to the clerk, do we have to redo the CAP vote?
No, the cap
Okay.
vote's fine. Yep.
So that was my error, my apologies. So CAP is done. Item 7.2.1, General Government Committee, June 16, 2025, moved by Councillor Lee, second by Councillor Bauer, that the GGC report dated June 16th be adopted. Councillor Henry, you want 7.2, what's the word? Divided, so you can vote on it separately. Okay, so on everything but 7.2.
To you, Mr. Chair, sorry, clarification. 7.2 is the GGC report. I believe there's an
I'm
item
sorry.
within 7.2 that the councillor would like to pull.
4.1, I believe it was.
4.1, we're pulling
Okay.
for a separate vote?
That's
Okay.
the one you want? On item 4.1. From memory? No, just stop it. So on the General Government Committee report of June 16th, 2025, all but item 4.1. That carries. And now on item 4.1 of the General Government Committee. Please open the vote. And that carries. Moving on to, oops. You did it right. Moving on to item 7.3, departmental reports. 7.3.1, external grants update. Is there any presentations on any of these? No? Okay. So just for information, PSA 2025-04 external grants update, moved by Councillor Crawford, second by Councillor Dies, that the council receive report PSA 2025-04 for information. Questions? Okay, those in favor? That carries. Next, Department Report 73.2 OAS 2025-22 Contract Award ACC Master Plan Renovation Conceptual Design, moved by Councilor Bauer, second by Councilor Tyler Morin. The council award the contract for the ACC Master Plan Renovation Conceptual Design Phase to Diamond and Schmidt Architects in the amount of $267,697 inclusive of taxes, and 2, the council approve an allocation of $3 million from the Housing Accelerator Fund to the capital project amount 24000301 ACC Master Plan Renovation for the completion of conceptual and detailed design. Questions? Councillor Henry.
Thank you. Sorry, this is ACC, correct? Yep. Apologies, 1 minute, my screen is on the wrong page. So I think I only had one question. The question was with regards to washrooms. When we look at the conceptual design plan, are we looking at, am I understanding this correctly through the mayor to staff, that we're looking at changes in the current change room situations? And what does that look like?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, as part of the conceptual plan, change rooms and washrooms will be part of the design considerations. We'll look at a couple of different options. We will present that back to council, so there will be opportunity for your input through the process.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part of that.
Through the conceptual design process, there will be options developed, and information will come to council for your decision and direction as it relates to those options.
And will there be public consultation if there's any change to the current change room situations?
There will be a public open house / meeting as it relates to the development of this concept, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, there was some others in the speakers list. Okay. I just have a couple of questions. And just, my recollection of this was a $27 million project, and now it says it's a $60 million project. And is my recollection correct, Mr. Meredith?
I believe that initially in the Recreation and Parks Master Plan, it was identified as a $37 million project. I stand to be corrected, but that's my understanding. I do know that the numbers were updated this past year when we retained CN Watson to update the DC background study. There were some changes in terms of current dollar values in 2025 dollars through the DC background study that budget number was adjusted.
Was there a change of scope, or is this just cost of doing business increase?
This was based on, we do have some current numbers. For an example, the Whitby Community Center, which was bid in 2023, began construction in the 23-24 season. So we had some current numbers that reflected current market conditions that we base some of the assumptions on as we move forward.
Okay, but did we change the scope?
We did not change the scope, no.
Okay. I mean, the Ajax Community Center has been there since I was a little kid. I've seen the changes that have happened to it all the way through. I'm not certain on this at this point, before I go there, I'm just looking at the evaluation, because I brought this up before on page 36 of the agenda. And I'm just wondering when this went out for RFP, because we've talked about the criteria, we've talked about Made in Canada solutions, we've talked about buy local. I still see, evidence of insurance and WSIB as a score on this, but I don't see anything on the evaluation criteria with relation to local. When did this go out to RFP? Before or after we had those conversations?
The RFP would have been issued about 4 months ago. All 3 bidders that were evaluated, they were all local architectural firms.
Okay. If this went ahead today and the design work is done, what's the shelf life of that before, if we didn't go ahead with the actual capital project immediately, the design work would have to be done again?
So at this point in time in 2025 is the conceptual design. So that will come to council with a budget estimate. So right now, the $60 million is sort of an estimate without really getting into any level of detail. So this next sort of 6 to 8 months is a key process because it will clearly and more specifically define the space needs and requirements for each of those components that are spelled out in the RFP. And as part of the $280,000 that we're awarding today is to produce a cost estimate that council will see before we move into detailed design. So we will understand those numbers more clearly through the conceptual design process.
Okay, but the fact is, we need to spend $3.267 million to even just get that conceptual design and pricing?
Nope, just the current award today will give council a budget estimate based on that level of design.
Okay, so the $267,697 is for the design. The $3 million is going to be transferred from the Housing Accelerator Fund into this ACC Master Plan renovation account, but just stays there, and nothing happens until we get the conceptual design, or it's not even conceptual, it's the detailed design, is it not? And the pricing?
We will require council will be required to approve the conceptual design, at which time they will have the budget estimate before we move into the detailed design process.
I thought we'd already approved the conceptual design. I was not at that meeting, but I did read the report.
So the conceptual design was approved as a 2025 project, which is why we're dealing with it now. So it's approved within the capital budget. The detailed design will be in the 2026 capital budget, but will not be dealt with until council has approved the concept plan.
Okay, and I'm just looking at that capital budget. Now, I'm going to support the detailed design, but given the numbers today, I think it's 27 million in the capital budget was our estimate in the 5-year or whatever, 5 or 10 year long range, whenever that was established. But I'm going to have a problem with this if it comes in at $60 million in whether we have the need to do that right now at budget time. So I'm going to make that public, because that is not a small increase. That's a significant increase. I'll leave it there. Any other, Councillor Lee, you have questions?
Thank you, Chair. I think really, I understand the mayor's concerns, and I absolutely share them. But are we not going to update ACC? Of course, we're going to update it because it's absolutely an outdated building. And I would actually go back to things you said many times, like the price now that we can get now versus the price in the future. It's going to be astronomically more expensive in the future. So I don't know. I get the point, but in some cases we have no problem holding off on things because for whatever reason. Then other cases we want to spend the money. So just like we should try and develop some sort of consistency in terms of like what our priorities are as a council in terms of like spending this money, because sometimes again we say, oh, it's going to get more expensive in the future, let's spend it now, and other times, like the mayor said, maybe we want to wait. I just wanted some consistency from us regarding these. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, fair enough. And just for clarification, I didn't say I'm not going to support it when it comes, but I'm getting that feeling that I'm not comfortable. I know that, to your point, Clarington has just approved one. I think it was Clarington. I think it was 125 million. Yeah, and so I mean, yeah, 60 is better than 125, but I want to see what this comes back with. So I'm happy to. Well, I'm not happy, but I'm okay to spend the 267 for the design. It is budgeted, and I'll make that final decision when it comes. Councillor Henry, your question?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify. You're saying that you're okay to spend the money on the design to get that back and get the feedback, but you're leaning right now towards not spending the money on the actual project, correct?
I'm just concerned seeing a $60 million number.
I agree with you.
When I recall, and I might be recalling, I'd have to go back and look at the budget. It was 8 months ago or 7 months ago, of what the we actually had, because this now at 60, I think is 34 million not covered by ECs or reserves and is debt, which is significant. The last time we incurred that much debt was phase 2 of the Audley Rec Center. So I don't have a problem with that depending, but I do want to see what the outcome is of this.
So if you're thinking that in the end, it's, you know, twice what was originally proposed to us, and you're not going to put it in the mayor's budget, if it comes back at that, why are we spending the money on it now? Why not put that money to use to something else?
That's not what I said. I didn't say I wasn't putting it in the budget. I said I have concerns, and I'll make that decision once we see, but this is kind of a cart before the horse thing. I can't make that decision until we spend the $267,000. So either way, we were spending that for the design. That's why I asked what was the shelf life of the design. Because if we spend it now, and I know if we shelved the project for 2 years, say, just I'm picking a number, and we were going to have to redo it, then I might vote differently today. But that's not what I was told. So I think we need to do this to look and see. I'll go to our purchasing. I mean, not our purchasing, whatever we call it. When the project comes back to council for approval, we have 3 options: cancel it, reduce the scope, or I think go with only partial like we did at Paradise Park. I don't want to talk about the washrooms, that's for sure, but you know, we have some options at that point, but we don't have the information to make those decisions today.
So in this process, will there be a feedback that'll come back with a reduced scope for what we're asking for?
I'm not going to try and predict what this is going to come back.
Can we ask for that? Can we ask for a version of a reduced scope to see what that looks like in making the decision for the budget?
I don't know that we want to go in with that. I'll turn it over to Mr. Meredith, but I think we want to see what's there, and then we can ask those questions once we know what's in front of us. Mr. Meredith?
What council will see is when we return with a conceptual design that we're recommending for approval, or if there's options that are being presented, the components will have price tags associated with them. So if there's a gymnasium, therapeutic pool, fitness facility, if at that time council chooses to remove 1 or 2 components of that, we'll generally know what the costs for each of those components will be.
Good answer. Thank you.
Councilor Tyler Moore?
Thank you, Your Worship. I see on page 2 of the report, key renovation elements, which is significant. It's good for me to read that, as I've done, and it shows a lot happening. Am I missing, does it include the new park on the east side, which would include the water park and all that? Is that part of this scope of the $60 million?
The community park is a separate capital project. We've already awarded the detailed design, which we're completing now. We're hopeful in 2026 that we have a capital budget that will be considered by council as part of next year's budget.
Got it. And, okay, I'll just leave it at that. So it doesn't include that. Okay, but that's being done as well. Thank you.
Councilor Bauer?
Thank you, Mayor Collier. I'm glad to hear that we will be going forward. Hopefully this will pass for the conceptual design, and we'll see what it comes back. And I am reminding and requesting my council colleagues to have an open mind. This is the original ACC and the original Ajax that has not been renovated in 26 years. It is the area that is going to have the most significant growth in population in our town. And we want, just like the beautiful ARC and beautiful MCC, we want a place for our residents, the many, many thousands who will likely live in apartments, to have the option for an upgraded state-of-the-art rec center. So I don't know what it's going to come back with. I'm sure it's going to be beautiful. Just a request to keep an open mind when the time comes, and we evaluate it then. Thank you. No question.
Seeing nothing further, can we open the vote, please? That carries. Next item, 7.3.3, RC 2025-04, Rotary Park Pavilion Concession Liquor Sales License Pilot. The council authorized a pilot program that will permit the concession operator at the Rotary Park Pavilion to obtain a liquor license to commence liquor sales, to commence as soon as practicable, and to conclude in the fall of 2026. I don't think that's the right word, but I think practical. And that staff be authorized to take the necessary actions, entered into any agreements or modify existing agreements in order to give effect to item 1 above. And 3, that staff present a report to council following conclusion of the pilot project. I see no questions. I'm joking. There's 5. Councillor Bauer.
Phew, thank you, Mayor Collier. So yes, I have some questions about this because I don't feel that there's enough information in here for council to make a decision that will last for a year, more than a year, with with the potential of selling alcohol right in the middle of our biggest park, Children's Park. So, so I guess I'll just ask all my questions. Is this the only area that was considered as location to set this up?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, this was the only location for which we received a request from our current concession operator to serve alcohol, yes.
Okay, and the current vendor said because he wanted or they wanted to expand the food menu based on requests from feedback, I guess, that they received, including selling alcohol. So what kind of proposal have they brought forward? Is there any kind of plan? What are the operating hours right now? What are they proposed to be? And then questions about how much of that space will now be lost as a licensed area. Again, right in the middle of, I think it's 4 meters or less, in the middle of the, I would arguably say, the most popular park in Ajax.
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, I'll hand it over to Facility Manager Adam McDermott in just a second to speak to some of those specifics. With respect to taking an area offline at Rotary Park. So last year, to help enhance the service area offerings for the concessions and snack bar, we added some outside seating at the south side of the building overlooking the lakefront, along with some temporary barriers that we put in place to give a delineated seating area. It was very popular. It went over quite well with residents down there, and it would be that same area that the alcohol consumption would be restricted to during the pilot. And with that said, I'll hand it over to Adam to get into some of the more specifics to your questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Through the chair to Councillor Bauer. So typically what's going to happen is we're looking at that located spot that Chris just discussed about the vendor serving in that area that would be fenced in, so no alcohol could go in or out of that area that's enclosed. And the vendor is looking at selling the alcohol only on specific days. That would be Thursday through Sunday.
And what time from Thursdays to Sundays?
Typically, it would be from 11 a.m. until roughly 8 p.m. when the washrooms close for the day.
Thank you. So though that seated off area right now, when the snack bar currently is not open, that is open for anyone to use?
That is correct.
And that will remain as is? Okay. He also said it was based on feedback that he received from I guess, users in the area. When you received this request, was there any feedback collected from staff as well before putting this idea forward to see if residents wanted it as well as the vendor?
I believe the vendor had collected that information through their guests that have used the facility. We haven't heard anything that has come to our attention about the request for alcohol. We're just putting this forward from the vendor, just inquiring if this would be something that the town would be open to.
Right. And how does the vendor plan to police the consumption of alcohol during this time?
So the alcohol would be served through the actual opening for the snack bar. So a person would purchase the alcohol, then would have to seat in that fenced-in space or designated area. A server that's Smart Serve certified would be bringing that alcohol into that confined space. There'd also be an individual that was maintaining that no alcohol would be leaving that space. So it'd be supervised pretty much anyway, like any restaurant or or a venue that serves alcohol would.
Okay. The report mentions that our neighboring municipalities have started to sell alcohol, Pickering in their restaurants, Oshawa in the restaurant, all down by the water, and Whitby at the Pump House, which is an open type restaurant. But none of those are right in the middle or right next door to a very popular playground for kids, is it? Which one?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, just off the top of my head, Oshawa's servery area is fairly adjacent to the large park that they recently renovated over the last 2 years and have down there at Lakeview Park. In Whitby, the pump house is some distance away from the playground, but it is adjacent to a number of areas where residents and users of their lakefront congregate, set up for barbecues, use the beach and things like that. And in terms of Pickering, Pickering's locations are at a few licensed establishments. Off the top of my head, I can't say the proximity to any playground specifically, but I know there are a few down in that area as well.
Right, okay. And what is the purpose, why would we do this now, sort of halfway through the season already starting without any real, like, is there a business plan? Instead of providing all of this information for next season? Why do we have to do it now?
What we're proposing, I know we are late into the, or beginning of the summer. So yeah, we know a plan obviously has to be developed. We're asking that council approve a pilot program that also includes 26, knowing that we may not have those opportunities to make sure that all those guidelines are in play before the end of the summer season.
And if I can add, if I can add through the chair to Councillor Bauer, both myself, Adam McDermott, and our staff have met with the proponent, A-Snacks Incorporated, a multitude of times to review their proposal and request, to go over things like security, access control, who's serving alcohol, what time of day, and all those planning provisions. And based on the discussions that we've had, we're comfortable moving forward at this point to recommend this move forward.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate you saying that you've reviewed all of that information to come to that decision in order to try a pilot, but I would acknowledge that we didn't see any of that information. And Mayor Collier made a comment about the cart before the horse. And I feel that, you know, we have a 7-kilometer long waterfront, and not all of it, you know, there's one area at Rotary that's full of children most of the time, and then maybe along in Paradise, Paradise Beach, etc. So I feel like that is not the right location. And I feel like there's still so many unanswered questions that I don't feel comfortable saying, let's just, you know, try it now, do it for a year or so, because it would be from May to October, is that right?
Yeah, roughly
Yeah,
May to
May.
September, end of
Okay.
September.
Yeah, for this season and then again next season, where there's no feedback. Well, we would collect feedback during and after, but we haven't really collected any feedback before. And I'm all for enjoying a beverage on a summer day, for sure. I'm not making any judgment, other than I guess I'm judging that we serve alcohol right in the middle of a park that's got hundreds or thousands of children. So I'm not comfortable. I don't know if we need to have all the other questions, but I would like to request that we refer this to the fall, so that you have from now until September, or from now until we resume in September, to put all that information together for us to see, so that when we need to make that decision, we will also feel as comfortable as you say that you feel, Director Vita. I can wait for questions.
That's fine. So we have a motion to refer.
Yeah.
We're just going to park that for a minute.
Yep.
And we're going to go down the list. Councillor Henry?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I've already said to Councillor Bauer that I'd love to second that for her. So questions that I'd like to look at for down the road would be, does the current vendor have experience selling alcohol? I don't know if that was in the report or not. I don't remember seeing that.
No.
Does the operator realize that halal food and alcohol don't go together? Because I noticed that there's a mention of halal food as well. Why would we allow alcohol at the lakefront? Because and keep in mind, I'm not trying to down Durham Region, but we don't have a bus down there, from my understanding, in the times all the time. So how are folks from the north getting down there except by car? And then we've got the drinking and driving thing, and how are they getting home? Pickering has a restaurant that's privately owned and different places that are privately owned, so they're responsible for that. And I'm wondering if we would have insurance that would have to go up in light of that, in lieu of that. South Ajax, well, Ajax in general has consultation-wise, IMO, anything that we've heard from the actual residents of Ajax besides just the customers that this vendor has heard from? Well, of course his customers are going to request it to him, and that's not really a proper survey coming back to us as a council. That's not information we can base to make this decision on. Will extra seating be installed for outside guests? And who is going to man this fenced-in area to make sure the guests stay in there with the alcohol? Are we hiring additional security? Are we putting additional security down there? Who's responsible should the guests go outside that area? Is that up to the vendor? Is that up to the town because it's on town property? There's alcohol that'll be sold there. Is it craft
Councillor
from
Henry.
Ajax? Is
Councillor
it
Henry.
outside of
Councillor
Ajax?
Henry.
Yes, sir.
Item 1, the council authorize a pilot program that will permit the concession operator at the Rotary Park to obtain a liquor license and whichever, and that 2, that staff be authorized to take necessary actions. We are being asked to delegate to staff to...
I'm sorry, the cough.
We are being asked to delegate to staff to, I guess, sort out all of these questions that you're asking. These are not before us today.
I understand that, Mr. Mayor, but
I don't think they can be answered right now.
They
That's why
can't.
I'm saying.
they cannot, and I know that, and that is why I am agreeing with Councillor Bauer that this needs to go back to staff and come back to us with some of these answers, because there's just too much vagueness here, too much up in the air, and too much that cannot be answered today.
I think many of us agree with you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dice.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to go back quite a ways. I can remember when the Rotary Pavilion was in the process of being built and the other rec centers being built, and there was always the question of having a bistro or some kind of alcohol down by the waterfront by a lot of people who would like to actually go down to dinner there, that kind of thing. And I do support that idea. I think it's a great idea, but it has to be done appropriately. I don't feel that I have enough information to make that decision today. We've talked about the need for more washrooms. We've talked about a lot of things. What will it look like? Who keeps it clean? There's all kinds of questions, and the insurance is another issue. So I do think I'd like to, I agree, we refer it back to staff and maybe get some more information so we can make an informed decision and also discuss what some of our concerns are. Thank you.
I can't remember my question now. Never mind.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I must be in the minority here because I think this is a great idea. Yes, there are children, but there's children at Ribfest and restaurants where there's bars, and it's fine if they meet. I guess the specific questions I want to ask, because I have to ask the thing, is, what do we imagine the percentage is going to be? You said we get a percentage of liquor sales. Do we know what the benchmark is? Are we 10%, 25, 5?
Through the chair to Councillor Lee, we've discussed it would be negotiated with the vendor somewhere between 15% and 25%, we were thinking.
Right. Yeah, I think it's an amazing idea. Toronto has an alcohol in the city bylaw, And I was hoping this would lead to that, but I think I'm in the minority here. So yeah, I guess we'll go to the referral vote. Thanks, Chair.
I don't think you're in a minority, but just a couple of questions, because I tend to agree with a lot of what my colleagues are saying. When we talk about fencing and you know, I understand it has to be a separate area, but I know the old rules used to have fencing if we had, you know, a beer stand when we used to have Home Week, for instance, down at the waterfront, you had to fence it. I don't think that's a rule anymore, is it?
Mayor Collier, we were just thinking of if, as long as we isolated it, it would help confine that alcohol to a specific space in order to
Yeah,
make sure.
I agree it has to be separated. I'm not in favor of fencing off an area down there, but I do agree also with, I think there's going to be some costs involved for us to have bylaw and whichever, monitor this, permitting, whichever else. I trust that'll be looked into, but I would prefer, I think, to see a more holistic approach. I would prefer to see more report come back with what does it look like to do this across the town, whether it be at Sportsplex, at Carruthers Marsh Pavilion, at Rotary Park, at the Audley Rec Center, at, you know, our outdoor venues when we have, I don't know, some of the events we put on at Greenwood and things like that. Pumpkin, I don't know, whatever. But I'm not saying that's the best idea, but I would like to see more thought put into it rather than just do one as a pilot, because really, once it's set up, it's just them operating, and we're just going to see what happens. I think I would like to roll it out a little bit better, like in parks, like Toronto. I know we had a delegation scheduled for earlier that I think was going to ask that same question, that, you know, Toronto's doing this. Doesn't seem like a bad idea. I'm sure beer exists when people permit our facilities down at the waterfront. We just haven't authorized it. I mean, having an SOP, making sure there's smart serve, and making sure it's properly regulated for something we know is happening anyway might be more of a way we want to look at this. So I would be in support of a referral to have a more holistic report come back to look more at the big picture. I will say, and I do travel fairly extensively, but most recently just returned from Germany. And beer is big in Germany. And the beer gardens are pretty amazing. And everywhere you go, and it's so social. And all these just squares and places, and people just sit outside, and it's very civilized to just sit and have a glass of wine or a beer or something. And I never once saw anybody overindulge, because it's more of an acceptable way of life. But it just was just kind of something I think would go over fairly well here, is that kind of concept, whether it's at Rotary or whichever. So those are my thoughts. Oh my God, we have another big speakers list. There we go, one less. Any others? No. Those are my comments. I guess, Councillor Henry, you had further?
Sorry, I have no issue with what you're proposing in the means of, you know, let's look at this at other places. But here's the thing, and the difference between Toronto and us is that they've got transit everywhere. You can have a few drinks and hop on any transit anywhere. I know I grew up in Toronto, born and raised there, so you can hop on transit anywhere and go home. So if you're inebriated, you're not going to kill somebody. The difference is here in Ajax, the transit in Ajax-Durham region as a whole has not caught up. And now we're talking about adding alcohol in these places. How are folks getting home?
Well, I don't want to get into a debate on this. I don't think, we do have shuttle service, we do have on-demand, we do have Uber, we do have a number of options.
Oh, yeah, we do.
But I honestly don't see this as any different than every other bar or restaurant that's liquor licensed in the entire town or the region. I mean, that's the same issue applies to almost every other place. So
we have.
We can. I think we can worry about that then.
We'll worry about it down the road.
Sure, Councillor Bauer. That's precedent. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. So I am not opposed to the idea. I just don't have enough information to allow it to just hop on.
Would you like to move a motion to refer?
We voted today, and then we started on the weekend. I'm not cool with that.
Yeah.
Yes, I do have a motion to refer. Now, I do like your idea about having a fulsome report on how these types of facilities would look across the town. So my question would be, so why don't we make that Why don't
So
we
you have a
scope
motion
it?
to
How to
refer.
scope it, yeah.
Councillor Henry is going to second.
Yes.
What would be a suitable timeline, I guess, through to the clerk or through to, who would do this, maybe Ms. McClarty or Ms. Cooper, to come back with more for council based on some of our discussions today? Or Mr. Vita?
Through to you, Mayor. I will say we, as part of this request, I wouldn't say that we were contemplating alcohol service at Sportsplex, ARC, any of the other community centers. One of the minor discussion pieces that we had is whether there would be another lakefront location like Carruthers Marsh Pavilion that we might want to include as well. Part of our intent is bringing this forward as a pilot to Rotary was to gauge how the experience went, to see if it would make sense to then expand to other areas later down the road. I think we would want at least till sometime in the fall to come back to council if that's the desire of council to see a report.
So why don't we say till October?
Okay.
Is that reasonable? Okay. For staff, based on the discussion today, to come back with a report on, and again, a pilot to begin the season of 2026.
Yes.
But, and I'll just add this for myself, I don't want to just see a pilot for one location. I would like to almost see a policy developed for if we wanted other areas, like just some ideas on what that would look like. And to
That's fine.
answer the questions that have been asked today.
Sounds good.
Ms. McClarty? Director McClarty?
That's okay. Through the chair. I'm only suggesting as we've moved past this as a pilot program for this summer of 2025, that if you want something that's more expanded and fulsome, that staff take the time to do that. And I don't think it needs to come back in the fall to necessarily consider that for summer of 2026. So perhaps staff can have a little bit more time in reviewing that. And I think my colleague, Chris Vita, would probably concur.
So
I'm
you're-
sorry, I don't understand. You're saying,
You're asking
October.
that instead of October, we maybe
Yeah.
look at February for something that's going to
Okay.
start in May?
Right, yes.
Is that okay?
okay. Yes, I thought you had said we go ahead with a pilot for 2025 and then do the reporting for the more fulsome. So yes, I understand. Thank you. I'm satisfied with
Okay,
that.
so the referral motion is for staff to basically report back to council in February of 2026 on a possible pilot alcohol policy at town facilities. Can we call it that? Good? The clerk have this? Oh, look at that. Liquor license pilot be referred to staff to report back on details regarding expansion of the program at additional locations and/or town events by the February 26th GGC meeting, including a draft alcohol pilot policy. Perfect. Okay, anything further on this? Nope, those in favor?
Thank you.
That carries. Regional Council reports. I have a written report based on the Hanover Messy Trade Mission that I went on last month. I didn't just visit beer gardens. We did a lot of other stuff while we were there. It was a very, very full schedule. Mrs. Brownridge was with us. This was mostly regional driven. We were there as part of the Regional Economic Development team. A lot of the things are outlined in the report. I'll assume it is read and happy to answer any questions. Councilor Crawford? Oops, sorry. Can you, Councilor Lee, turn yours off and rekey it? Thank you.
Sorry.
Councilor Crawford?
Thank you. So just to let you know that DRT has a 2-for-1 for youth pass. So if you're youth for the summer, so if your youth are interested or do a lot of traveling on DRT, you can get 2-for-1. At Finance, we had a wholesome discussion around the region asking for an unbudgeted $400,000 to create an AMPS program for their ASE cameras. In the end, the town of Ajax is planning to do our own, so we won't be supporting that program with our cameras. And in the end, I didn't vote for it. Ironically, the rest of the group did vote for it, and also then didn't vote in favor of one that asked for a zero budget increase at Cal. So there you go. Anyway, that's all I really have to report.
Councillor Lee?
Chair, there's actually a question about Hanover Mess. Is this something that the region's going to participate annually? Is there like an opportunity? Because I believe that happens annually, correct?
I don't think so, but Ms. Brownridge, can you answer that?
Excuse you. You gotta let her speak. Oh, there it is.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you, through the mayor to Regional Councillor Lee. My understanding, I won't speak for InvestArm's plans for the future, but typically what they have done is they send usually one or two of their business development specialists to that trade show annually. But this last year was a larger presence because Canada was the partner nation. There's every year they pick a different country, so this year it was Canada. But in future years, it will probably be a much scaled back. There will not be a large delegation of over 40 as there was this time.
Well, if not internationally, then are there not Canada-wide or even North American-wide conferences where the cost will be a little bit more mitigated that we can show our economic promise to?
Absolutely, through the mayor. One of the things that we leveraged this year that was noted in the mayor's report was related to CanExport funding, which provides funds to municipalities in particular to support foreign direct investment opportunities by attending various trade shows and international conferences. It heavily subsidizes the cost of political representation and staff to participate in these. So it is always something that staff are reviewing these opportunities. And we'll put it on, we keep it on our radar for future.
Great, appreciate the response. Thanks, Chair.
I will just add one further thing to Regional Council reports, and that was a committee of the whole meeting, special committee of the whole meeting last Wednesday, where we discussed the budget targets for the region. You've probably seen a lot of this online. The numbers were 3.5% for, 3% tax impact for police, because they broke us out separately this time, and 3.5% budget impact for everybody else, everything else the region does. Right. There was a number of motions. It was a 5+ hour meeting. Lots of thoughts and ways, and this is where I differ from some of the people, is I don't agree with budgeting to a target. I agree to budgeting based on what the actual costs are, but budgeting to a target was what was brought forward. Like, what does it look like to reduce it to 2.5? Somebody brought forward a motion to reduce the police budget to 0. That didn't pass, thankfully. But it was kind of all over the place. So right now we're at 6% for the region as a whole is the target. If I had a crystal ball, I would say that target is probably not going to come in at 6%, but we will see when the budget comes back in December. And any other questions on Regional Council reports? Okay. Can we have a motion to receive? Oh, we have one. Wait. Moved by Councillor Dye, second by Councillor Lee. We'll do this separately because one is on. Yeah, we have two. Moved by Councillor Dye, second by Councillor Lee, that the report titled Regional Councillors Update S. Collier, June 23rd, be received for information. In favor? That carries. And secondly, moved by Councillor Crawford, second by Councillor Lee, that the Regional Council's reports, the balance of June 23rd, 2025 be received for information. Those in favor? That carries. Moving on to business arising from notice of motion. First one, aligning tenant compensation with provincial affordable housing rates. Moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Crawford. Councillor Bauer, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. I will just read that therefore it be resolved that Ajax Council requests that the province amends the Ontario Residential Tenancies Act to require that the compensation provided to tenants upon termination for purposes such as demolition, conversion, or substantial repairs or renovations, at a minimum, be based on the province's bulletin when a tenant's current rate is lower than the rental rate identified in the province's bulletin, and that the Public and Strategic Affairs engage with tenant advocacy groups, housing organizations, and other stakeholders to build support for this initiative and to ensure that the voices of affected tenants are heard in the policymaking process, and that a copy of this motion be sent to Ontario Premier Doug Ford, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing Rob Flack, Ajax MPP Rob Surjanic, Ajax MP Jennifer McKelvey, Durham Regional Chair John Henry, lower tier Durham Region municipalities, Ontario Big City mayors, and the Landlord and Tenant Board. So this, this motion came about, of course, as we all know, when the owners of the Red Bricks came forward with a redevelopment application. And Regional Councillor Dyes and I met with the property owners, met with planning staff, met with the tenants, met with the region a number of times to talk about their concerns, because at one point, this application will proceed and those tenants will need to vacate where they're living. And one of the comments a very common comment from the residents of the Red Bricks in question was that although they will get 4 months' notice when the time comes, and they will also receive 3 months' compensation, rental compensation, that what they're paying is quite a low amount, and the motion does reflect that, what they're paying on a monthly rent. So 3 months, although it sounds like a lot, may not really be enough for finding a new place. So that led to just discussions that, the province posts a bulletin of what's considered the provincial rate, and that is a higher amount than the real rents that are paid. So this is an advocacy piece to the provincial government that to change their act so that at minimum the 3 months rent actually reflects the rates that they post. So it helps a little. It doesn't help a ton, but I think it's our obligation and responsibility to request that. We can't get a yes if we don't ask, and that's what this motion is about. And I ask that you support it. Thank you very much.
Councilor Bauer, just for clarification, you refer to the Red Bricks a couple of times, but my understanding is this is a broad motion, not specifically geared towards that one property, but something that's supposed to address this and any future rent. It's not a rent eviction, whatever you call this, through redevelopment. That's the intent? Yep. Okay. I just wanted to make that. Anything further? Hearing, seeing none, please. Oh, Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pardon me?
I asked Councillor Crawford, not one.
Everything you said is good.
Sorry, I would like to say that I really support this, that we need to be doing everything we can, and I've also asked planning to look at a bylaw to protect rentals in Ajax, and we'll hear from that coming forward in the future. But we have to use every tool in the box that we can get. Thank you.
Further? Please open the vote. It was me. It was me. I was busy shuffling papers. Sorry about that. That carries unanimously. Next item, business arises from notice of motion, implementation of a pet-focused event in Ajax, moved by Councillor Henry, second by Councillor Crawford. Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we know recently that we saw Pickering with their Pet Palooza, and I spent some time over there, went from vendor to vendor, and quickly realized that the majority of vendors there were small businesses from Ajax, which is really nice to hear, because we should be doing something here in Ajax where we can keep our businesses, support our businesses, and keep our money here. I've also reached out to folks in the community, different ways, social media, online, different ways, communication via email, and I've heard one negative of all the consultation that I heard back. Now, of course, that's not town consultation, and that's why we need to bring this forth in a motion and see what staff can come up with. But we have a lot of vendors that have emailed me already and said that they would be very happy to do an event here. So that we don't take away from Pickering or create duplication, there is a site that the vendors have given me that show the lineup of these type of events in Ontario and how we could make a fulsome event here, yet with not interfering with another municipality's event. So I'll leave it at that. I'll send it over to my colleague, Regional Councillor Marilyn Crawford, as a seconder to speak to this. Thank you.
Councillor Crawford. Oops.
That supports our small business, so.
Councillor Lee.
Through the chair to the director of REC, and this might have been before your time as director, but I could have sworn last term, it was like 2019, we were in the River Plate room, and REC had this whole like plan of like new signature events. There was like a busker fence, there was like a gamer, like there's all these ideas that were bandied around, and I just like, what happened to that? Like, I guess COVID happened?
COVID happened.
But then after that, was there like, from your department, is there no plan to expand on the current events that we currently have? Because I thought at GDC we had approved all of that as well.
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee, I guess I would say to that in 2024, we did add 2 new events, Christmas in the Village, as well as the Ajax Markets. Obviously, we're not running the Ajax Markets in 2025. I think this partially comes down to staff capacity. We have put requests in the past for additional event staff to help support greater event offerings. We haven't been successful to that, so I would just say we need to ensure we have the resources available. And I would say last year in 2024, when we took on those additional events, we did have a contract staff person in events to assist with those.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, this was all ultimately contingent on additional staff to support the bandwidth, like the additional bandwidth.
Through the chair to you, Regional Councillor Lee, that's correct, yes.
So this would ultimately come to the budget process, no? So would it not be appropriate then to just refer this to the budget process, since we can't have it regardless if we don't add staff, and we can't add staff to the budget process? Sorry, I'm talking aloud. I'll refer this to, again, I think it's a great idea. I think we should have more events. We have the best event staff in many municipalities, but I also think this should be referred to budget because, as the director said, we can't add it without an individual. So I would move to refer.
We get a seconder? I'll second it. On the referral, I'm just going to ask a quick question to staff before I see you, Councillor Henry, but you've spoken. My understanding is that the, what's it called, the Pet Palooza in Pickering, and I think this is to CEO Cooper, is a fundraiser for their shelter. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, Mr. Mayor. It's my understanding that the main purpose of Pet Palooza is to be a fundraiser for the existing animal shelter and the one that they're proposing to build, and I think is spearheaded largely by their animal shelter staff. So a bit difficult to compare to Ajax just because we don't operate a shelter. We do contract that out.
Who do we contract it out to?
The Humane Society of Durham Region.
Okay, so no, not with Pickering at all. Okay. I go back as far as I remember the PAW days, Pickering Ajax Whitby animal. Yes, that was a long time ago. On the referral, I tend to agree with Councillor Lee, so I second it, yeah, it's, we don't have the staff resources for it. It's a nice idea, but we don't have the, and I love dogs, but we don't have the staff resources for it right now, and it will be a budget number. So even if we were to direct staff to come back with us in October, it's just, it will come down to funding as well. So I'm happy to refer it to the budget process. Councillor Henry, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in realizing that we do not have a shelter here in Ajax, when I brought this idea forward, I had consultation with a gentleman named Martin Field, who is the chair of Spade Neuter Incentives Association in Durham Region. And they offer discounted spade and neuter to folks in maybe underprivileged community might be the wording. I'm not sure how to phrase that. But there's different groups that could greatly benefit if we were to do something similar to Pickering, but not have the money go towards the Pickering shelter. Obviously, that's not what I was advocating for. And there's opportunity to work with these groups. So I did present that in an email to staff, and I was asked to keep that out of the motion because staff wanted to, bounce it around and see what they could come up with. With regards to a budgeted item, I'd still like to see what this would entail coming back from staff, what they think it would entail, and if there's, perhaps room to have this with somebody else running it, depending on what staff came back with. But I'd like to know what they're thinking of as far as a person. I'd like to kind of play this out, is I guess what I'm saying. I'd like to play this out and see what could be done.
Okay. Councillor Tyler Moore.
So
on the motion to refer.
Yeah, on the motion to refer, do we have a number on what this would cost? Like, I understand passing this today or referring is the same result, right? Because it's not going to happen either way. But by referring it, so my question is, do we have a number on how much this would cost? And is that the reason why we're referring it, correct, through the chair?
Who would like to answer this? I'm pretty sure we don't have a number. That's what the operation is asking for is identify responsibilities, staff capacity, and estimated costs associated with planning and delivering pet-focused event. So I don't think we have the cost.
Okay.
What was the second part?
I can just leave it. I just didn't know when it was brought up that it's going to be a budget line item that we don't have lined up. I just wanted to know what that amount was. But, okay, we don't have that number right now. Correct? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Further on the motion to refer? Okay, please open the question. Open the vote. That carries. Next item, Go Lakeshore East Express Service, moved by Councillor Lee, second by Councillor Tyler Moore. And Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. This stems from three things. One, Metrolinx came 2 years ago, almost to the day, 2 years and a month ago, and I'd asked a question regarding express service, and they had said unequivocally, we're on track to resume in August 2024. We had a resident in Ward 2 just kind of explain the frustrations of taking transit from Castlefields to his work, saying it takes about 1.5 hours. And I think we could absolutely reduce that. And then at the same time, MPP Surjanic raised the question at the Ontario Legislature and didn't actually get a response. So it's just to petition the province to bring back express service. And if they can't do that, I would love some sort of update as to where express service is. Many companies continue to unfortunately regress, and now there's back to work mandates downtown, which is asinine, but whatever. So it's just like this service is needed more than ever to really alleviate the stress and burden of traveling downtown for our residents. So hopefully we can support this. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Henry.
Do we want to let the seconder go first? No? Okay.
Who's the seconder?
Councillor.
Oh, my apologies.
I'll let him
Councillor
go
Tyler Moore.
first.
Councillor Henry, could you press your mic again, please?
I will.
Thank you, Your Worship and Councillor Henry. No, just saying happy to support and glad to see that we're trying to bring more transportation to the municipality, and thank you for including me in this motion. That's it.
Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to the to Regional Councillor Lee, I just wanted to ask, why is it that we're directing this to the government instead of the governing agency, Metrolinx itself? And did you have an opportunity to reach out to Metrolinx to kind of ask the question, because they're the ones that are making the decisions of what track is being taken off and for what reason?
Councillor Crawford.
No, sorry, response. She asked me a question.
Councillor Lee.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know, I think provincially, transportation is still a provincial responsibility. And I didn't want to speak on behalf of council on this. I think it comes more emphatically if we can speak as one voice.
I'm hearing what you're saying, but from my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Metrolink brought back the 15-minute service weekday rush hours on the Lakeshore lines east, and the third track allows for the express trains to pass all stop trains. So the removal of this track would mean that the Lakeshore Express trains would be suspended. So at this time, they're not able to do that. Removing the third track means that Metrolink can avoid more impactful full track closure to complete the work. So again, like these are responses from Metrolinks themselves, and I'm just wondering why we're, you know, if I'm getting this response from Metrolink.
Oh, so you sent the email then?
So I'm just, I have to do the research to understand it. So I'm just wondering, why is it that we're not going to Metrolink directly with this motion? Because they're clear to give responses. Why are we not directing it to them?
Chair, I'd happy add a friendly to copy Metrolinks on this.
Sure.
Councilor John Moran, you okay to second that?
Yeah, I do. That's fine.
Okay.
Conclude them.
Thank you.
Further, Councilor Crawford.
Yeah, it's no secret that I'm not a fan of Metrolinks, but they did, as Councillor Henry did add the 15 minutes, which was helpful. But there are still many residents that really do want that express service back. So I think, yeah, as long as I actually was wondering if we could have Metrolinks come back to council at some point. I don't know if that needs to be included in the motion at all, but I think that we need an update from Metrolinks. So that as a friendly, so thank you.
Okay, anything further? Okay, I'll just add, I'm happy to see this, to make the ask. I don't really expect a result, but I'm happy to ask. I know. I'm being facetious. Please open the vote. That carries. And our last motion, business arising from notice of motion, parking relief for overnight medical support. Councillor Tyler Moore and Councillor Henry. Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Worship, and hopefully we can get support on this. I know parking, I don't think there's been a day that I've been a councillor, been a councillor for a little while now, 2 terms, and where you don't discuss parking. This particular one was pretty heart-wrenching, and I know that there's thousands of people live in Ajax, but there's certain families that are really struggling with, situations that they have at home. Councillor Crawford, original Councillor Crawford and I met with a family dealing with a very difficult situation with their son, who's now an adult. And in the middle of all that, the medical support, at 2 o'clock in the morning are getting tickets. So it's please look at this, and is there something I can do? Ask, something we can do, ask. And I know there's a parking, initiative coming up next term or whatever, but I think this is urgent. I think this needs to happen yesterday for these families. And one of the things that, I was under the impression that hundreds of families would need this. I don't know if it's dozens or hundreds or even more, but I think that it's pretty important, because if you're in the situation where you need a medical designation for somebody that's coming to your house, you're probably in a really tough spot. So it'd be great if we could help these families. And that's all I'll say on this. Hopefully get everyone's support. Thanks.
Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, I'd like to thank Regional Councillor Crawford for being a consultation person on this motion with us. Even though her name is not on the motion, it's important to recognize that process. Since being elected in 2023, I've had numerous folks reach out to me about this type of motion or this type of service. And I always went back to the parking study, the parking study, the parking study. We're going to do a parking study, we'll make the change. We're going to do a parking study, we'll make the change. We're into year 3. We know the parking study's coming. It has to come. We have to look at it. We have to see what we can implement. So right now, in the here and now, this is a change that can be made that will affect folks immediately. And it's something that is really needed. We have some very traumatic, heart-wrenching stories of folks in our town that need this service through their PSWs. Their driveways will not accommodate the PSW. They are on financial restrictions, as most are, that are going through severe chronic health issues. And as such, they cannot afford to be paying for their PSWs to come all the time and do that service for them for the parking, pay for the parking service for their PSWs. It tends to be random people coming, the services that are provided, you have random PSWs coming. I know this with my mom, and sometimes they stay longer than 4 hours. Sometimes they don't have a shift afterwards, and there's some real caring PSWs in our community that will, you know, say, I've got a few extra minutes. If you don't mind, I'll wait with you until I have to go to my next client. And as such, they shouldn't be penalized for that. This is, you know, in my opinion, God's work that they're doing, and we should be supporting them in this work. So happy to support this motion, and I want to, again, thank you, Regional Councillor Crawford, for being part of this with us. Thank you.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you. I did want to say that we, in theory, already do this with our bylaw. If the PSW company calls in, we do reverse the ticket, but I don't know how widespread that is known, so this will cover off everything and really just kind of legitimize the whole process. Not that's not legitimate, but the other thing you had just mentioned, Councillor Henry, was that people stay longer than 3 hours. This motion is for overnight only. Is that something that you need to amend to include that?
I was just going to add here, and stays longer than 3 hours.
Thank you. Okay,
If
good.
you're okay
Yeah.
with that as a
Yeah,
friendly.
thank you.
Stays in excess of 3 hours. Okay, Councillor Dyes?
Well, thank you. That I will support this. I think it's very important, and not just for a 3-hour period too. So I'm glad. I mean, we need to consider it in these new builds as well, that we have appropriate parking for people who bring Meals on Wheels, do physio, a PSW, paramedics. These are coming and going in all of our high rises right now where there are seniors living. So it is really important that they have parking spaces, particularly when you've hired PSWs to be with a family member for overnight or longer than that. So yeah, I'm happy to support this.
Councillor Bauer?
Thank you so much, Mayor Collier, and thank you to my colleagues for bringing this motion forward. I just want to confirm that caregivers is not a professional term. It is for anyone who provides care, or is it only for a designated caregiver?
Who would like this? Councillor Tyler Moore?
So, again, this motion is to have all those questions vetted out and answered. So it's not saying to do this. It's like Regional Councillor Crawford just said, there's actually a component of this is already happening. But it's about squaring it up, saying, okay, here's how it's going to work. So, yeah, whether or not it's like compared to a handicap, you know, look, accessibility, I'm so sorry, wording, messaging. Accessibility pass, maybe it could look like that, I don't know. But that your question's a good one, and that's what the motion was meant to do, was answer all those questions.
Okay, seeing no one else in the speakers list, I'll just add, I'll support this. I don't see this as being to item B, a big financial impact. I think this maybe is affecting 5 or 10 people across the town because it's only the people that don't have room on their driveway or whichever. But we already do this, as Councillor Crawford pointed out, but this kind of just makes it more official. So happy to get the information. Can we open the vote, please? And that carries. That concludes our notice of motion. Moving on to bylaws. We have 9 of them. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please, for the bylaws? Moved by Councillor Lee, second by Councillor Tyler Morin. The bylaw number 55-2025 to 63-2025. We read a first, second, third time and passed. I'll just note Items 10.4, 10.5, 10.6, and 10.7 are just basic housekeeping. These are MZOs that we all approved the conversion requests through the MCR process 5 plus, maybe 5 years ago. And you don't need a question. And they were approved by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing last September, and we just need to basically make them legal through our own bylaws. So these are housekeeping. Councillor Crawford.
I thought the province didn't recognize MZOs anymore.
Yes, they do.
All right.
They have changed the strong mayor powers and given way more municipalities strong mayor powers, I think in an attempt to get away from MZOs. But these MZOs were issued way before then, so they are law, and now after today, they will be part of, I guess, they'll be official in Ajax. Open the vote, please. On the bylaws. That carries, I'm sure. Is there any notice of motion for September? Any new business or announcements? Please, not another open house. Councillor Bauer, Councillor Crawford.
No, I'm not having a community meeting.
Please, no more community meetings.
No, I just wanted to say that there was a scheduled outage of power in our neighborhood this weekend, actually, Sunday, the hottest day so far this year. And it affected a wide group of our streets. And I wanted to give a shout out to Alexicon because they not only kept me informed all the way as to where they were going, they scheduled was longer than it was shorter than they anticipated, and let me know, and I got some feedback from the residents that it was, uncomfortable, but let's recognize that the Alexicon staff were in full gear, going, doing all this work in the same heat. So I just want to give them a shout out that the communication was excellent, and this piece of equipment had to get done or it was going to blow and cause for a longer outage. So it was recognized and fixed very well. Thank you.
Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. So speaking of community meetings, Regional Councillor Joanne Dyes and I will be having a meeting on Monday, June 30th, so next Monday.
July 30th.
June 30th.
June 30th, sorry.
Yeah, is that what I said? Okay. 6:30, and we did send a notice out and posted the invitation. However, please note that there has been a room change, 6:30 p.m. at the ACC in the Admiral's Room. 6:30, June 30th, ACC Admiral's Room. Look forward to seeing you, Ward 3. Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. First, I guess, just thank you to staff for putting up with council again this year. I hope you enjoy your summers and we can keep it as stress-free as possible. To the public, we have the mayor and council barbecue at the Ajax Community Center, south end of the HMS parking lot. We look to see everyone there. I believe that is also Councillor Henry's birthday, so happy birthday, Councillor Henry. And speaking of birthdays, I want to wish my ex-girlfriend, Amanda McGinnis, a happy birthday in 2 days. Thank you very much.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Tyler Moore and second by Councillor Sterling Lee that council convene to a closed session pursuant to section 239, paragraph 2 of the Municipal Act as amended to discuss advices subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, section 289 2F Municipal Act 2001 as amended, to discuss a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on or by on behalf of the municipality or local board, section 289 2K Municipal Act 2001 as amended, And 3, to discuss a trade secret or a scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organizations under Section 289 2I of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended. No. Questions? None. Please vote. I don't know. Can everybody not make it social hour and be back on time? 5. 4:20, please. top of this. It's no longer confidential, okay. So I can read this authority to hold closed meeting related camera session on the property, section 37 one? Okay. CS 2025-09, Ajax Medallion Developments, Roslyn Road East and Audley Road North, section 37 amending agreement, moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Dies. The council direct the town solicitor, Bruce Engel from Weirfolds LLP, to prepare a section 37 amending agreement to amend the cash payment timeline for the community benefit identified as construction of new public park on the parkland conveyance in section C of the section 37 agreement to June 1st, 2026, and the council direct the town solicitor to include a recital in the amending agreement that requires Medallion to pay the legal costs incurred by the town for the preparation and registration of the amending agreement. Questions? Those in favor? That carries. Confirming bylaw, moved by Councillor Lee, second by Councillor Crawford, that the bylaw number 64, 2025, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council of the Corporation of the Town of Ajax at its regular meetings held on June 23rd, 2025, be read a first, second, third time it passed. Those in favor? Focus, folks. 30 seconds left. Not even. Moved by Councillor Crawford, second by Councillor Tyler Morin, that the June 23rd, 2025 meeting of the Council of the Town of Ajax be adjourned. Please vote. Everybody vote yes, Sterling vote no.